The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the October 20, 2022 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I will now ask our School Board Attorney to explain the rules for this work session.
Thank you, Chair Cummings. The work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida Sunshine Law. The Board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the Board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The Board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the Board Clerk. After the Board and Superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the Board Clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the Board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Board, this morning before we do before the superintendent opens with the administrative briefing, I'd like for us to flip the agenda. We have some folk here that's going to be giving public comments. So I'd like to flip 3.1 to 5.1 and 5.1 and 3.1. Just change the order. The interlocal agreement will still stay the same in the middle of the agenda.
What would I know you gave me the numbers, but what was the actual title?
Okay, safe schools will go first.
Okay. Okay.
Safe, okay.
Say it again. I like the words too. And not.
Safe schools agreement will be first. After the superintendent's administrative briefing, interlocal agreement, followed by Achieve 2026 Goal 1 updates.
Perfect.
Right.
Is the sheriff available?
Superintendent, the sheriff's here. Sheriff's here.
Pardon me?
Sheriff's here.
Oh, perfect.
Superintendent.
That's what I was looking for. Good.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Nice to see you all this morning. I do have one brief item I would like to share with all of you. You may be aware, Governor announced the School Recognition Awards, and I wanted to recognize our schools and share the schools that will be receiving school recognition dollars from the Florida Department of Education through their general revenue funds. So following schools that, and to qualify for school recognition dollars, schools must maintain an A or improve at least one letter grade. So those are the two criteria items for obtaining and receiving the school recognition dollars. So our schools, I'm proud to say, of Anthony Elementary School, 8th Street Elementary, Madison Street, Dr. N.H. Jones, Oakcrest Elementary, Spar Elementary, and Sunrise Elementary will be receiving those dollars. And as a reminder, which is always the practice, it is expected that the school advisory councils work with the staff to determine how those funds are spent. So, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. That's good news.
I think that's worthy of applause.
I know. Congratulations. Good job, Chief.
Congratulations, Superintendent.
Yeah, that's great news. Looking forward to when all of them will be on the list. So
Yes, sir.
that's what we're looking for. All right, thank you. All right, first on the agenda is going to be the Safe School Agreement. That's up. I guess we'll turn it over to Attorney Powers. You're going to open.
Did you wish to address?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So, Chair, members of the board, I received the following attachment. This is a proposal of an agreement from Sheriff Woods for our Safe School Department and an agreement with the district as it pertains to safe schools and communications and protocol. And so there are a few things I wanted to share before we begin, and I open that up for discussion. We do not have any presentation from our team as of yet. Attorney Powers and I met with the members of the Safe School Leadership Department. Not received, not sent out to any of our schools or departments for their feedback. So just please know that. That is something that, based on the discussion today, that I would want to do at some point, but we have not sent that out for anyone for any feedback. Also, that we want to make sure that we look at all of the implications, inclusive of our current team. But I just wanted to make sure that you all had a chance to, you've seen it, that we have a discussion today, and we are prepared and ready to take back any feedback and thoughts and anything that you need from us as we take a look at this proposal. Thank you.
You got anything?
At this point, also, I can say that I have reviewed the proposal. I've also spoken with Mr. McCourt, the Sheriff's Attorney, regarding that. And Florida statute is pretty broad on the issue of safe schools, in that we have multiple ways in which we can address staffing for safe schools. For example, the use of school resource officers, the use of private security, the use of a guardian program. And the use of a internal school police department as well. Different districts do it in different ways. We have adopted a model which includes probably 95% reliance on school resource officers as part of our program. There are multiple districts that do it any number of different ways. Fortunately, within this area of law, there's a broad discretion for the school board to choose how it wishes to proceed with safe schools and the Safe Schools Department. And that means that the legal questions concerning this will likely be few and far between. It's more a matter of what the wishes of the school board are and what organizational structure would be maintained under such a proposal, and then whether the board members have any particular items that they wish to draw attention to or ask further questions about, get more input from operations or from legal regarding that.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Any board members? Anyone have anything to state? Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you. I'm very eager to hear comment, and we're so far back here that I can't see the sheriff, but the board has said the sheriff is here. Oh, there you are. All right, wonderful, Sheriff. This is
Think we were lying to you?
Say it again?
Did you think we were lying to you?
No, sir. No, sir. You know better than that.
Okay.
Let's see. This is incredibly important, and especially from a classic perspective. I believe in law enforcement. I believe in high integrity when you've really got to get the job done. We've had examples across America where we've had incidents when the job wasn't done well, but we've learned, and I believe that going forward, America, for all the efforts, is a safer place, especially for our children and staff. Now, going to our local situation, I have a very strong, objective faith in our sheriff. I've been heavily involved with the Sheriff's Department in full disclosure for a number of years on executive boards and founder of the Lake Watch program under previous sheriffs. And I can tell you that we have a tight, clean chain of command. Now, this is incredibly important to me, that chain of command is professional, tight, and clean. You cannot operate a hard, safe environment like I call it Marine Corps safe, and I'm Navy. When it's Marine Corps safe, everyone will stay at their duty station, everyone will be properly supervised, and everyone will be effective. It's just the name of the game. I'm very, very comfortable here because I'm uncomfortable with any compromise to school safety. I love the idea. I feel great every time I drive down a Marion County road and see a sheriff's car in front of the school. It's very, very powerful. I feel the same way because the sheriff is the top constitutional law enforcement person for Marion County. That's in good times and in bad. That you don't need a crisis for him to be in charge of public safety. So I feel really good about this. I have a couple of concerns. Event Majour, for example, that's just about when we really need it. I'd like to see that get altered slightly. If there was a riot or some incident, I don't want things coming apart at that point. And I have other areas, but what I love is the chain of command, and I love how well all parties who are involved at the current time will fit perfectly into and become top-level sheriff directed law enforcement persons for this Safe School program. So as opening remarks, that's where I am. I feel very, very good about this. I've been pushing in this direction just in my mind and with fellow folks that call, and the phone has been ringing. So thank you, Chair. I'm very excited that we're addressing this today.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other board members?
Yeah,
Let me see.
I have a couple of comments, and then I also have some questions that maybe you could address for us, Mr. Powers. I've done a lot of studying on what our sheriff has offered with wanting to basically implement the same plan that Seminole County uses. And I don't know if you guys have had the chance yet to read the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Public Safety Commission yet. It's not light reading. It's very telling of what happened. And but there's also some things in there that could be looked at to make our district safer. And in this committee, there was mention of Seminole County a couple times in there as basically being a gold star should an emergency or unfortunate event happen with our school safety. So that stood out to me. I like the idea of implementing what Seminole County has done. I feel it's safe. When I looked at what has been suggested, our sheriff is asking for a lateral move for our employees that are in our school safety program that are here right now. It would be lateral. We wouldn't be paying anymore. So when I look at those aspects, it seems that's what would make sense. Also, the sheriff and the deputies, that program, they're the experts. I like to see us focus on our academics, and that would free up maybe some things for our superintendent. What I do have questions about is like our discipline. You know, I would want us to be very careful and cautious that, you know, our SROs, they wouldn't be obviously disciplining our students unless, you know, there was something in action or something that sometimes they have to. And then also questions about like basically the gatekeeper of our information. Like, could we put in good, correct language for that and how that would work? So I don't know.
And Ms. King, in response to your questions, those would be the broad areas that I would identify as well as being issues which will always require close maintenance and close language when we're drafting agreements with any outside party to perform any service, but particularly a service as important as law enforcement or public health or any of those issues. And I will reflect to you that I have had conversations with the sheriff's attorney regarding exactly those kinds of issues. I get the impression that there's some flexibility in drafting language, if need be, that would help to at least memorialize those so that we know clearly what roles everyone has. But you correctly identify the fact that currently there is a sort of gatekeeper effect where we have a unit within the district which specifically has control over what a third party can access. And because of the nature of a Safe Schools agreement, that would necessarily be within the purview of the sheriff's department, or sorry, the sheriff's office. And privacy and FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, dictate that any school record, any record, it doesn't have to be grades or something specific, any record that pertains to a student and is maintained by our organization can't be released, largely without subpoena, unless it has to do specifically with school safety and security. So there are some broad exceptions. That, however, always, not to say that would happen in this district, but always the sort of struggle. In some areas it's a minor struggle, in others it's a large struggle in different districts. That there would be access to information, and that access to information, there needs to be a specific understanding as to what access would be permitted, what access would not be permitted, and for what purposes it would be permitted, and who would approve it. So those aren't questions I have the answer to, but those are things that would need to be clearly structured and decided. We also already work closely with the sheriff's office on items such as search and seizure. And we have currently, those are issues which exist no matter what. They exist under our current scenario. They exist regardless of how we may change that scenario. And in part, that's because we have probably 95% of our decision as to how we operate school safety is under the purview of school resource officers. So that is, and who are under also the direction of the sheriff's office. So we already have a long-term working relationship there within which to measure what issues may arise. There is no perfect relationship ever, and between any agencies. However, we have a history of having good interactions with the sheriff's office in our operations with school resource officers. And both myself and Mr. McFadden and also Mr. McCourt, we engage in school resource officer training exercises to make sure that we're staying on the forefront of school privacy issues and issues that the operations or the sheriff's office identify as problem zones or areas for us to take care of. We also closely collaborate with them on school security and surveillance, as we already have. One of the fundamental differences in the role of a sheriff's office and the role of the schools is how we govern not only our educational records, but also with school safety, how we govern things like the ability of law enforcement concerns to address our students while we are acting in loco parentis. We have a disciplinary function. However, there are times in which there may be a law enforcement investigation, there may be a law enforcement desire for information, which has to take a secondary role to the school board's concerns regarding student privacy and information. And those are a constant balancing act. There is no way that is always going to be absolutely clear, because there will always be gray areas. The one concern the board may wish to consider is that under the terms of any agreement that we make, the parties as we have now with our sheriff's office and with the school board as it exists, with the sheriff's attorney, myself, the superintendent, any of those individuals certainly may change over time. And while any agreement or choice not to engage in agreement now needs to take into consideration what if parties with different interpretations or parties with different goals are to be the future recipients of whatever we create and structure here. And so your intent would need to be made quite clear as to exactly what the roles and boundaries of all parties would be. Now, certainly, Mr. McCourt and I can do our best, and the board and the sheriff can do their best to make sure that those are clearly delineated and exercised, as we already do with school resource officer arrangements and agreements, and with our contract there. That being said, those are the kinds of items that also require, just as, and probably more so in this scenario, as well as, for example, our important contracts with the Department of Health, where there are great security and safety concerns that are involved. We have to be very cognizant of the fact that there needs to be accountability within the process, so that if, for example, any violation of the needs of the school board under federal law, because we would risk loss of federal funding if we inadvertently didn't get that right, that is closely worked on so that we write in accountability into any such language that we use. And our history thus far with the sheriff's office has been that we've been willing to coordinate, they've been willing to coordinate well with us in ensuring that such language exists and addressing those concerns. But that is going to be an item that the school board's going to need to consider as it reviews the proposal. And of course, the sheriff's office will probably have questions of the board or directions that it wishes to request that the board take in certain areas. So that's really about what I can say as to the outlook there. You identified the two major issues, the FERPA privacy issues and the role of staff versus role of law enforcement. That is also always an item that we need to ensure that not just from the sheriff's office perspective, but also from our staff's perspective, what our staff should and should not be doing, and also what SROs should and should not be doing when it comes to our engagement with students. And those are roles which require constant delineation. I mean, people come and go as far as school staff and as far as SROs. And the training aspect will be, I think, key. And always has been and will continue to be no matter where you go with this plan.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. I think with me, I appreciate this coming forward. I do have questions. My questions would be, what's the genesis of this? Why is this coming to the district now? When we mentioned Parkland was mentioned, which happened in 2018, and we have been functioning in such a way that we have been doing well, extremely well, from my understanding. So I kind of want to know how this all even came about. I also I heard the comment earlier about the cost. There is a cost involved with this. On page 7, Article 4, sections 1 through 3, there will still be a cost to the district, an increasing cost year to year to 2025. So I don't want anyone to think that this agreement states that we're off the hook for money. So, but I would love to know how this came about, Superintendent. When did these conversations start? How did this get to this point, and what precipitated, what caused us to start in 2022 to have this conversation about flipping our Safe Schools Department?
Do the best I can to answer that, Chair. Thank you. The sheriff contacted me and shared that Seminole County had an agreement, as was referenced by Board Member King and the attorney. And would I take a look at it? And I said, certainly. And so then after that, he said he was putting together a proposal and would share that with me for us. So that this is what you see today is what we have. So the team certainly looked, very briefly at the Seminole County. I do know as well that Central Florida Board Coalition did a presentation recently for board members in our area. Seminole County presented what they were doing, which reflects their agreement. And what you have before you is the proposal provided by the sheriff.
So there wasn't any particular issue in regard to our Safe School Department that cost us?
I've not been in any conversation about anything particular that do that. I can't speak to that.
I might also add, I believe, though I would have to look more closely, that increased costs are likely as in part at least, due to the fact that the proposal, as I've seen it, would agree to subsume a number of our employees now into the staffing of the new Safe Schools Department as well. So it may be that there's a movement of dollars, not so much an increased expenditure, but I haven't really viewed everything as to that aspect.
Yeah, when I look at page 7, Article 4 of this document, it states year 1 would be $37,562.72. Year 2 would be we would reimburse the share $477,797.76, and then year 3 to 2025, we would reimburse the share of $506,465.64. And we already have, we do have an agreement with our local law enforcement agencies, with our safe SROs, with our school resource officers. So there is something already in place with that.
Is it possible that, Chair, excuse me, is it possible that increase year over year is anticipating, I guess, raises to each
Sure
of
it
those
is.
employees and additional health insurance costs or something like that?
I'm sure.
I'm not certain if it would be 30,000 a year, year over year. I'm not certain because these employees would become sheriff's office employees, they would certainly have the access and authority over how they would be paid and compensated and given increases at any given time. And so that, in my assumption, is what is being considered in that section.
Well, my understanding of that would be that if the sheriffs, if they became sheriff's office employees, anytime the sheriff gave his employees a raise, we would be responsible for that raise as well, because we're reimbursing the sheriff's office.
And that's how I read that section.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, Chair, just a matter of clarification for those items, and again, I can't, this is, I don't want to say speculation, but the fact is that Sheriff did ask for our current and published salary schedules, and so those were sent. So if that helps at all, that could speak to some of this. We did provide those.
I also, I know I talked a little bit about the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas also, but in our most recent, unfortunate, like, I believe the end of last school year, Uvalde happened. And so there seems, at that point, if you pay attention to what happened there was the communication wasn't real well. As a matter of fact, it was probably non-existent, and unfortunate, bad things happened. And I just want to express also that I like the idea of there just being one solid line of communication where the experts are. We're talking about 5 employees here, that would, one would be cross-trained. It's a lateral move. It's not like we're getting rid of our employees or anything. It's just going to be under the direction of the sheriff, who is the expert of the school safety part. And going back to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, the Public Safety Commission, a lot of it, what they talked about was being complacent. And I'm not saying we're being complacent, but when I'm looking at the whole picture, I'm like, where are the experts for school safety? Should an event that's unfortunate like this happen, to me, that's the sheriff's office. School, academics, Marion County Public Schools, I believe that our superintendent should be solely, for the most part, focused on the academics. If also what I heard, my concerns were with, the discipline or the information. We could put that in our agreements. I believe that could be worked through. So that, for me, is kind of an easy, not that it's easy, but there could be training, there could be communication. No one knows what the future is going to bring, but I know right now we have a great relationship with our sheriff's office. I know that school safety is number one. If we don't have safety in our schools, then we don't have anything. So I just wanted to throw those thoughts that I'm having out there too. So,
Mr. Browning.
Yes. In terms of timing, we've talked quite often about school safety on this board, say over the last year since I've been on the board. And we've struggled with things like training, pulling together the practical reality of a serious, hard, bunker mentality of safety against any potential bad guys. I mean, this is a real thing. It's a tough thing. And I'll go back into my early days in public office in the 70s. I was a police commissioner in a city on the north side of Orlando. And you need serious command structure. We had it through Seminole County that backed me up. I had my military training, but I really relied on the sheriff. Now, we've looked at this like evidence rooms, doing things correct. A command structure is so necessary. The average civilian doesn't quite understand exactly the power and the necessity of hard, clean structure. And it starts with the sheriff reports directly. Report isn't the right word, but he is under the direction of the governor of the state of Florida. And he has performed beautifully. Now, I will say that any sheriff, as we go on, next 10, 15, 20 years, things will change and adjust. But always, by our Constitution, that sheriff will have full responsibility regardless of what individual locations do. He has responsibility over safety for Ocala, Bellevue, the entire county. So that's where it came from. The community is interested and assumes that we'll have safety. It's like we assume that our borders, that our nation, World War I, World War II, World War III, that type of thing, anything that's coming forward, we avoid by having a strong, serious military command. Just ideas like cars. I only want one car, one symbol at the school board. In front of, if you roll in, and I love the idea of rolling in, anybody rolls in, you're dropping off your kids, whatever it is, you see that presence. And it's absolutely incredible. We don't have different evidence lockers. We don't make mistakes because we don't have proper training. For example, getting to accreditation, getting to firing ranges, getting all that training. We have a simple chain of command through the structure. And I'm a big believer in that level of power. I can't say it enough that when the rubber meets the road, you better have all that down. And that's what the people, I think, demand. And we have conscientious, serious individuals already in our program. We've cobbled together what we could. But that level is going to go in and be a director level. So kicking off, I think that's critically important because it's going to be a power connection with current reality as we perform and grow and improve and shorten that chain of command. I never want to be, I felt vulnerable having a professional educator as police commissioner over our police chief, which is what we actually have, a school district safe school chief. Now he'll move over as a director in the sheriff's department with power if this comes to pass. He will move over.
You didn't read the agreement.
I've read the agreement, sir.
And that doesn't say that in that agreement.
Well, he will move over in a command structure position.
That's not what it says.
Well, let's dig further in it, and we have the sheriff here. But that is the key: a movement over and be a deputy sheriff directly under the sheriff and the sheriff's command. Command structure.
That's not what the agreement says. We just stated something. I want to make sure that I don't want to insult anybody this morning because I woke up with positive thoughts. We do have an expert in our district, a law enforcement expert that we hired in this district prior to me being on the board. The board hired him. That was Mr. McFadden. He is the Safe Schools Director, and he is an expert. For us to say that we don't have an expert in our district, that's inaccurate, guys.
No, I didn't
And
say
that kind of paints a negative light as if we got some Keystone cops, a security guard.
That's not, when I said the experts, okay.
Okay.
It was not, Mr. McFadden, it has been excellent.
Thank you.
He's done an excellent job. There's 5 people in that department over on the schools. To me, it makes sense that maybe I should rephrase it, that all the experts are in the same department. Because when I think of Marion County Public Schools, we're education, and the superintendent should be focused on education. That was not a slight toward Mr. McFadden at all. He has done a great job. I'm just thinking, how can we enhance that department? That's what that was. But as derogatory toward Mr. McFadden, no such thing. And I have been assured that if that team moves over, there's laws to even protect them. So I understand that there could be some uncertainty and worried about job security, which is normal and natural. But there are laws to protect them that they can't just be fired because they come over. And I've heard a little bit of that. So I just want to make sure that's clear too. So I understand that it's an uncomfortable topic. It's a political topic. I'm just asking, and not even just asking, I'm doing it for myself, and I'm looking at what is probably the best decision for the district and our superintendent, our academics, the safety comes first. And when I think of there just being, as Mr. Browning said, and lots of times there's not many things we agree on, but it's like unilateral, like one set of, chain of commands rather than there being 2 and like what's here and there. So to me, that is what makes sense to me.
Thank you, Ms. King. Ms. Thor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by saying that I welcome everyone here that is here, and I welcome this conversation. I see this as an evolving relationship born out of tragic necessity. And what I'm about to say comes from spending almost half my life serving in the trenches of Marion County Public Schools. And while I 100% believe that our law enforcement should be responsible and is responsible, they have bonded constitutional responsibility for safety. However, in a school setting, education and safety are not mutually exclusive. I think about Coach Aaron Feast referencing Marjorie Stone Douglas tragedy and how he gave his life in an effort to try to stop an evolving tragedy. I think about our officers that educate our students as part of the DARE program and how proud those kids are when they get those certificates and have participated in those ceremonies. I think about our students that are so proud to have their safety patrol badges and being part of school safety. So while the sheriff certainly has the bonded responsibility, we all share that responsibility, because when tragedy happens, everyone is responsible and everyone certainly suffers. It is, in my view, about trust, relationship, communication, clear lines of command, and everybody supporting whatever it is, wherever we end up here. And I do have a couple of questions. Where does the city police chief fit in to all of this? Because we have schools that are served by city officers and then schools that are served by county.
Right, and currently, the Ocala Police Department has a number of officers that operate under the SRO agreement. And I don't want to speak for the chief of police of Ocala, but we've gotten all of the school resource officers essentially operate under the direction of
Agency.
of their individual agency, but also with the overall oversight of the sheriff. Now, my understanding is that well, I can't comment further on exactly what the desires of the Ocala Police Department may be regarding this. I just have to say that. However, the Ocala Police Department and the SRO contracts are largely there's differences in the funding sources and also the funding amounts and things like that. But we'd have to hear from them, or perhaps from the sheriff regarding that interrelation.
Chair.
Um,
May I?
Ms. Storer was still talking. She asked a question.
I've got a comment for you if you want.
Thank you. That is one of my questions. And then another thing that I'm thinking about is that we have a great relationship with our current sheriff. I'm also aware that he is an elected official. And I'm personally very aware of how things can change in the political landscape. So with a proposal like this and an agreement like this, would the contract be typical of all of our contracts year by year?
Yeah, currently with the school resource officer contracts for both OPD and the sheriff's office, they're a 3-year contract period. Mm-hmm. And then as changes are made within those as to funding and each year they are updated to include new information, and they're renewed and amended if need be.
Okay. Because that to me is really important. You know, what is working very well for us now, as a board member, I want to ensure that that's going to continue to happen and that we have the ultimate flexibility in the future to continue that it does happen, because this really is evolving. Everybody did what they felt they could do quickly after the Marjory Stoneman Douglas tragedy to put things in place, but we are continuing to evolve, and I'm interested as far as job descriptions for SROs, because I do know that being a cop on the street and being an SRO in an elementary school, middle or high school, each one has its own unique characteristics, flavors, needs, culture. Has there been any conversation about that element, that as we move forward, in my mind, it seems like this would be really important? Because the SROs, when they come to a school, that's their assignment, you know, and for the ultimate school safety, the relationship with the principal that's there, the relationship with the staff that's there, the relationship with the kids that are there, that's what's going to prevent or perhaps be another missed opportunity to prevent the next tragedy.
If I may. Board Member Thrower, a great question about SROs. I can speak to the fact that we did have that conversation, that we have an existing agreement on our SROs, agree that that's a very special relationship. And so that's something that we would have to go back and look at to see if anything would need to change. But certainly it was something that we did discuss.
That I believe that would be very important to have in place, because having a car there and having an SRO there does provide a level of deterrence. But at the same time, if a bad guy gets in or is already there and starts, then it's already too late. And a lot of tragedies have been avoided, one very recently here in our school district, by the relationships that the students felt that they had, with staff, to be able to step forward and say, this is what I heard and this is what ended up being found. So I circle back around to, this is an evolving relationship born out of tragic necessity. I've got a few of my questions answered, and I want to make it clear that we rise and fall as a community, as a citizen, and certainly as a board member. I couldn't live with myself if I could point to something that was really glaring that we could have prevented and something terrible happened. So the level of seriousness and commitment and passion that I feel, as a longtime employee, that's where I'm coming from. I think that this proposal has a lot of merit. I also think it's important that if everything is going to come under the Sheriff's Department, that there has to be, again, this is relationship and communication, people feeling comfortable to be able to go to their direct supervisor or boss and be able to see something, say something, and feel confident that something's going to be done. The stakes are just too high. And politics, be darned, this way transcends that. This is about putting together something that is truly going to go to every mat to protect and enhance our schools. That's where I am with this.
Thank you. Vice Chair Campbell.
Or did Mr. Browning have something you want to add before?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to follow up. There was a question on sheriff, authority, cities. Sheriff could certainly speak to this. It's my understanding, clearly, constitutionally, sheriff is responsible for every square inch, public safety, every square inch of Marion County, and all cities, all security, all organizations of any sort, including safe schools, works under the constitutional authority of the sheriff right now. So that's it's something that we have, and it's a treasure that we have in our long-term structure. But and I'd like to go to Article 1, just to satisfy the chair. Article 1, Dennis McFadden, item A under Article 1, item 3, item A, Dennis McFadden to be assigned to the position of Director of School Safety and be a deputy sheriff, so that he assumes that power. And the chain of command for us, I believe, goes directly, as Ms. Thoreau was saying, we have education, we have law enforcement. We now suddenly become, he is the Director of School Safety. He's currently in that position in our level of order, and I won't name the individuals' names here, but all personnel will become deputy directors of school safety under this. So this was something that was very important to me, that no one be left aside in terms of what we currently had. We're simply adding, and I really believe in that. I cannot abide the idea of society changing so much that our schools are juvenile justice facilities, that type of thing. Like we suddenly have a couple kids getting in a scuffle on a playground over a sandwich or something. That's no different than a couple of kids getting in a scuffle up in Tuscarora Park or something. Sheriffs may stop and talk with them. Hey, what's going on here, kids? That kind of a thing. But it's not becoming a police state. We are aiming out, and we're aiming anything that's inside in terms of safety. But I think that's important that Article 1 be handled. That's right at the front of this. So if I'm not understanding, Dennis McFadden, our current Director of Safety, Safe Schools, is the Director of Safe Schools under this program.
You are correct. That is the wording. But if you keep reading, Section C says within this sheriff's chain of command, the director will report to a captain. It's right there. I'm reading it.
Yes.
Within the sheriff's juvenile division of the sheriff's department.
It's part of the command. And the beautiful part is right now, our Director of School Safety is reporting to an individual who is really educationally, has an educational foundation. And that isn't demeaning in any regard. I don't mean to be, I'm adding to. We have an educator who's the really the police commissioner over our police chief in the schools. So that captain is reporting directly to in command to the sheriff's department. These are professionals as compared to educational. Now, going over to the other side as we split responsibilities goes directly to the superintendent. I can isolate that because I was very concerned. And the superintendent has, I'm just going to use the term veto power. She calls the shots. Whoever the person is, she says, she has the ability to remove anyone out of our schools. And this board, and yes, the board will change over time, I get that. But the board will have control over this, along with this hard, solid law enforcement integrity component that by statute we have to maintain. We've got to be tough on this. We've got to be safe. And I see Mr. McFadden being the director. Yeah, he has to report to somebody in law enforcement, and that's ultimately the sheriff or whoever sheriff puts in his command structure. And if you're not familiar, we could have the sheriff talk about it, but and I'd even feel, I'm not an expert in that, but I do know the command is strong and tight and professional, and Mr. McFadden would clearly be a solid asset to that program and have more resources than he has now.
Let me make a suggestion with this conversation, because I don't want this conversation to be about a person. This is not about Mr. McFadden, the person. This is about the Safe Schools Department. So I did bring him in because he is our expert. He is the one that we did hire. So I don't want anybody to think that it's about Mr. McFadden personally. Vice Chair Campbell, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. So I think Ms. Thrower said it best, and I can't say it quite as eloquently as she did, but this is essentially something that's been born out of tragedy that we're all dealing with right now. And even the fact that many years ago we didn't have sheriff's deputies' cars or police officer cars in front of our schools because we didn't have the requirement to, for one reason, but there is a level of safety and security that can be seen instantaneously when you come onto campus because you see a law enforcement vehicle there. The way I see this agreement, and first of all, this board member is not at all comfortable with the way it's written and the way it would stand. So if we were to go down this direction, and I don't know what this board is going to determine, there's several questions I have, and I'll present those in just a moment. The way I see it, essentially, is the majority of this agreement is written in a way of things we're already doing, the things we're already doing in our Safe Schools department. It becomes a matter of chain of command. And it becomes a matter of which master are you going to serve. And within the school district, and as I've learned, there is a fine line yet definite distinction between our legally bound code of student conduct and then the way the law is written, and how discipline conducted in our code of student conduct that we are legally bound by statute to have has a separation from the way law enforcement might consider aggressive behavior. I'll use an example. 2 students get in a fight in school. We have the ability as a school district to have that written into our code of student conduct, what that looks like, what the discipline is handed down from the school may look very different than if that fight occurred out on the street where both of those individuals either could be charged with battery or assault or something, because the law handles that scenario differently than the way we might handle something in the code of student conduct. Granted, fights are bad. I get it. But it also is a fact that happens in school settings. So when I look at this agreement, it mainly is just talking about chain of command. Much of what's written here is what we're already doing. Here are just a few thoughts that I had. All 5 members of our Safe Schools department right now are named in this agreement. I started thinking about those individuals and considered perhaps why they chose to work for the school district versus becoming SROs, because that's a different pathway. They all have come from a law enforcement background, all 5 of them. They're not education experts. They are law enforcement background individuals, all 5 of them. But they purposefully chose to work for the school district as opposed to taking the SRO route. I don't know the reason for that, but there is a distinction right now. And that was a decision made by those individuals, or they would potentially be wearing uniforms right now as SROs. So I think that's an interesting thought, just that I've had over the course of the last couple of weeks thinking about this. I have seen the availability and accessibility of our district Safe Schools staff, including working in our shelters and being a part of the shelter staff because they're school district employees that they wouldn't necessarily be doing if they weren't under the purview and direction of the superintendent. That was important and can be important for us. Perhaps if we go into an agreement like this, that we have something like that spelled out, that there will be individuals that work in our shelters to provide safety in those scenarios. That's not currently a part of this. Also, I have significant questions about the technology. Attorney Powers touched on it. There is a delineation between our database and our technology and the information that's available in our technology databases that may or may not be necessary in all scenarios for law enforcement to have access to. Thus the reason and justification to have a subpoena process, and that's what we currently have been doing. So I have concerns about the technology, so that's another question. It's like I'm kind of posing comments, but I see the superintendent writing, so I think she's taking them as questions. I hope that's why you're taking that. So I definitely see that as being an issue. I did take the opportunity to speak with a few of our staff members who are in the trenches, because I wasn't in the trenches like Ms. Thurber was. So I did take a moment to speak with a couple of them. And one of the comments I continued to receive was the availability at all hours of the night, or the accessibility when I need, when I have a question, when something has come forth. Again, that's a colleague within a school district versus someone from outside that essentially would be a contract employee, which we have contract employees that work terrifically, and essentially, speech therapists. There's all kinds of people that work under contract with the school district, but there's just some things there that I'm not certain are completely laid out in this agreement the way it stands. And the other thing that really causes me pause is specifically on page 2, Article 1, under the Director of School Safety, number 1. This is Article 1, number 2, item C, subset 1, where it does specify that this person could carry out other tasks they may be assigned to from time to time. I have concerns that should we go down this pathway, and again, we're just having conversation at this point. Right now, we have a group of individuals whose sole focus is school safety. Entirely, that's their job, that's what they're hired to do, that's what their job descriptions do. If the other duties as assigned fall under the purview of the superintendent, then whatever those other duties might be could be educationally related, just like I mentioned in the shelter scenario. If that person then falls under the purview of law enforcement and under the sheriff, as this agreement states, that other duties as assigned might be going and helping another county with their relief efforts because of the law enforcement needs they have elsewhere during a hurricane or something. I don't know that to be the case. Again, this is the way this is written right now. These are the questions that I've had come forth because of the way this is written. So the last thing that I'll mention is the sole discretion of the sheriff for transferring of an individual and or hiring and releasing those individuals. It does say in Article 6, items 1 and 2 mention that the sheriff, basically in sole discretion, can transfer, reassign, suspend, or dismiss any of these employees. That causes me pause as well. We have a wonderful sheriff. So I want to go back to that original conversation Mr. Browning had. We have a wonderful sheriff. We have a wonderful relationship with all of our law enforcement entities. We do. We have terrific relationship, and that's wonderful. However, we all are aware that we're all elected, and we have an appointed superintendent. And the superintendent essentially reports to us, but the sheriff's position is elected and most likely will always be that. So the voters of Marion County will control who that person is, as opposed to how this board actually ensures that we have the right leader in place for the school system. Not saying that the voters of Marion County may choose a different sheriff in the future that might not have these same principles and concepts that we have, but we've seen it before, and I think we've all seen it in various locations that sometimes the voters might not necessarily put the most qualified, best person in the job. I'm grateful we have the right person in the job right now. But we don't know that will always be the case. So those are my concerns, Chair. I hope I've voiced them enough into question form. The technology issues, the availability and access, the having sold the sole discretion of hiring and transferring and all of that. The carrying out the other duties as assigned. The school district safety department is responsible for the safety, is in part responsible for the safety of schools. It's the only thing they focus on. They're not focused on anything else in Marion County other than the 7 million square feet that Marion County Public Schools possesses. That's their sole focus. They don't have other parts of, once you're off a school campus, other than ensuring that our students might be safe on another part of community, or ensuring that our staff, there are things obviously like that they're taking into consideration. But that's their sole focus, and there isn't a secondary focus outside of what that might be. Because essentially right now, if we're going back to the reference of serving two masters, the person that they are responsible to is our superintendent, which is the person we have assigned to be over the education of Marion County Public Schools. Those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess I'll give my comments on this this topic. And I did ask a question already about the genesis of this, how this came about, and why now, which I guess I'll have to ask that from the sheriff. While I totally have full confidence in the job that our sheriff has offered to this in this agreement, and I quit calling it a proposal because it says at the top agreement. It's not a proposal, it's an agreement that had a date specific to trying to get resolved. So I quit calling it a proposal. And we do have a great law enforcement agencies in this county, not just with the county, but within our municipalities, and they have a great working relationship. However, I have issues with this. I did speak to the sheriff concerning this agreement that was submitted, and one of my concerns was the fact that you may not be the sheriff here forever. You may have other aspirations and move on, and where would that leave this district? That's a serious concern, because just because the relationship is positive right now doesn't mean that it'll always be positive with the next successor. I also have an issue with how we authority. I firmly don't believe in giving away authority, because once you give it away, it's hard to get it back. I have a board member that concurred with me on Monday, Mr. Browning, at 10:42 on Monday in our session, that he agreed that you don't give away authority, because when you give it away, it's hard to get it back once it's gone. I think the system that we have now has adequate checks and balances that's built into the system. When Marjorie Stillman Douglas Parkland situation was horrendous and tragic, Uvalde is tragic. However, when the legislator came up with the implementation of the SROs and the guardians, they set it up where there would be checks and balances. And when we look at that Parkland situation, it wasn't a school safety department that had the failures in Parkland. It was actually the sheriff's department that had the failure. So when I look at this whole thing, I look at this as right now, the way it's set up, we have checks and balances. I see us putting layers between our Safe Schools director and we already know, and I said this to the sheriff, he is the ultimate commander in any incident in this county, by far. We had the incident at Forest High School. He was on the ground. He was there. He's the ultimate commander. That's his job. That's what he's elected to do. I don't think, and at that time, I think Mr. McFadden was already on the job. Mr. McFadden didn't supersede him. It was the sheriff's. It was the sheriff's department. So while I kind of understand how we're trying to get where we're trying to go to, I don't understand it, because you have to have checks and balances in place where everything seems seamless. Is everything within our Safe Schools department perfect? No. Is everything within the sheriff's department perfect? No. It never will be. There's going to be issues. But what we can do is work together. We have a working relationship, a super relationship, I felt, with our Safe Schools department and our local law enforcement agencies. At least I haven't heard anything negative or contrary to what this agreement. So that's why I keep asking, what is the genesis? Why now? Why this department? Why Safe Schools? I keep hearing, we say that we want the superintendent she's not the expert. Neither was the prior superintendent. They weren't the expert. Neither is any superintendent in this country the expert. That's why these things have been implemented, so that they would have a Safe Schools department. But I see more layers put in it. When I look at section 1 of this, I see more layers. I see our Safe Schools director reporting to a captain who I guess in turn reports to the superintendent, who the captain has to report to the major, and the major has to report to the sheriff. I see more. I understand command. I understand structure, but I see more layers. In an incident, I don't want to have that many layers. I personally would love to see where if it's the Safe Schools director, they have that rapport, because our Safe Schools director has the same level as a chief, that they're talking directly to the sheriff, not through 5 other people to make a decision. That was part of the incident situation that happened in Uvalde. It was too many layers, too many people trying to figure out what they're going to do. Right now, our current system is, right now, I think we added some layers in the last year or so that I don't think need to be there themselves. I think we need to streamline the process. I think our Safe School director needs to be able to have that flexibility to be able to communicate with the sheriff or whomever the sheriff designates and get things resolved in a timely manner. I don't see, again, and I've read this thing several times, top to bottom, I don't see where there was a prior issue that would precipitate this agreement. So at this time, I'm going to ask the sheriff if he wants to kind of come forward, and maybe he can kind of clear up some things or give us some insight to this, because we had a great conversation in regards to this. So Sheriff Woods, if you want to come forward.
And board, I would just ask that the board grant our standard rule as is public participation of 3 to 5 minutes. Given that this proposal was brought by the sheriff, I would ask for the board to waive that, such that we aren't faced with artificial timelines.
Yes. Thank you, Jane. Board, you guys in agreement that we waive?
100% agree. Absolutely.
Board, are you guys in agreement that we waive this? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Board Member, Superintendent. Thank you for allowing me to come before you. I appreciate it. You all have thrust an awful lot of questions as I sat back there, so forgive me if I forget one to answer. Please feel free to bring back up whatever concerns in which you have. Let me start with, I don't want to say this easiest, let's start with one that I can quickly answer. Mrs. Thrower, you mentioned about the contract, what binds it. Any contract in which a sitting sheriff signs, any incoming sheriff is bound by that contract, regardless of their opinions, their views, until that contract expires. Now, just like any other contract, most contracts have a out clause for both parties to be able to exit if anything ever issues. In talk in regards to that, regardless of what I propose, you propose, we're all going to have something we're going to pick out of there, something that we don't like. It could be the color of the uniform that someone doesn't like. You don't want to pull that out. We can change it. We can sit here and pick it through. It's a matter of coming to a compromise of what is best, which brings me to a portion of yours, Mr. Chair. You keep asking the question is what stemmed this, what brought this up? It's never stopped. It started in 2018. Now, is your school safety system perfect? No. Is my office perfect? No. Is there anything in place perfect? Absolutely not. But when it comes to school safety, we need to be constantly changing, and we need to be constantly improving. You know, if I even hinted or knew of what Seminole County had in 2018, I'm not sure. I didn't look at it when they established taking over the director's position of the safe schools in their particular school district. The odds are I probably would have suggested it back then as well. And forgive me because I'm trying to process everything that y'all have been asking, and which has all been excellent questions. Let me make that perfectly clear. And I appreciate every single one of these questions. To continue with your questioning, Mr. Chair, you referred to, let's go to the funding portion. The fact is I could save you money in my proposal. What was a little alarming to me is your school safety specialist starting pay is more than my deputies. I could have put in the contract to put it at what my starting deputies pay is. But when I look at a contract like this, not only do I have to take in consideration the office of the sheriff, I have to take in consideration you and your policies, what you have in place. And not only our two entities, but I also got to take in consideration the individuals themselves. What's fair for them? You mentioned the increase in second year and the third year. You're absolutely correct, ma'am. It's looking to the future because of what's going to changing. Here's what's easy with being sheriff. I can take that out right now, not put it in there, and leave them at the whim of not getting a raise, not matching what's internally and keeping up with them, of pay, take it out where you don't even have the ability to raise their pay as well. You know, I put the pay in there, it's what you pay them. Now, what I can promise you, me taking them, it's going to cost me quite a bit more, just because of what benefits I have on my side that you don't provide. But they have to be taken into consideration. And I apologize for jumping around because I'm trying to process every question that you have. Another question in regards to, let me go to it. The disclosure information. The contract actually has it in two places. Page 3, Article 2, 1B. For sake of time, I won't read that entire paragraph, but I'll go directly down to the bottom, where it outlines the statute and the federal regulations issued pursuant thereto, guidelines that you have to follow, that the safe school specialist shall not disclose any other party to any other party unless authorized by law. And then also on page 7, Article 3, 1.3, clearly within that is where you, the school board, has control of the access of that information. It's up to you. And Mr. Chair, you also brought up about it being under the sheriff. Ultimately the sheriff, or one of y'all had a question, ultimately being the sheriff's decision. This is not Billy Woods. This is the office of the sheriff. And the power of the office of the sheriff is extremely powerful. And to freely give someone else that power or authority is alarming. So there has to be some form of control on the behalf of a sheriff to ensure that that power is not abused or misused in any shape or form. And that's not to indicate, I didn't see any media in here to take any of my words incorrectly. It's not to indicate that any one of those individuals would, because you're absolutely correct, Mr. Chair. It has nothing to do with the individuals themselves. Let's go to the director's position, the chain of command. There's a chain of command in every one of our law enforcement entities across this state. A director's position in my organization is a lieutenant's, which is a command level position. That's what it is. Now, if it makes the individual or the person that sits in that seat feel comfortable to hold a bar on their shoulder to ensure that there's no question of what their position is, I am more than willing to put a bar on their shoulder for them. But their position would be a lieutenant. And when it comes to answering, the truth is they all answer to one person. They all got to go through that chain of command to reach me, who makes the final decision. There has to be some form. Contracts outline that the superintendent has pretty much the majority of the control. She has control of who that individual is and in the director's position. Obviously, I have input. I'll apply, I'll give individuals. In this case, it's Mr. McFadden. But again, it would be up to the superintendent to say no, yes, or no. The superintendent also, within the contract, has the ability to recommend someone else. Ms. Campbell, your question in regards to policies, your example for a fight. One thing that we all have to remember, regardless of what your policies are, they cannot and will not ever supersede a statute. So regardless of how you define what a fight is a battery regardless of where it occurs and regardless of whose purview it is. The fact is, if you had a fight and it meets statutory requirements, whether it be my office or any one of the chiefs sitting back there, if their law enforcement officers feel that a battery occurs, the arrest will be made, again, regardless of your policy. Question was asked, Chief Balkin. Today is Thursday. And I think each of y'all know that every Thursday morning I have breakfast with every one of the chiefs. Two of them are sitting back there. Chief Balkin could not make it today. I am more than comfortable to answer and tell you that Chief Balkin and myself are on the same page, along with the two chiefs that are sitting back there. His feelings, his opinion, and the direction in which I've suggested, he fully supports. Otherwise, I would not be standing here telling you that. Let's make that one clear. All right. I'm struggling to remember the other things, the points y'all brought up, so help me out here.
I was thinking about job descriptions, but that may be more Dr. Gullett's area.
Now, the job descriptions, and Dr. Gullett, just interrupt me whenever you want. The job descriptions are yours. I asked her for them. I took exactly what you have described as that position and put it in the policy. Just remembered one, so hold on. In regards to freely using them whenever we have a catastrophe, if it makes this board feel comfortable putting in wording to say that they will not be used for anything else in my office, again, what's nice about being sheriff, I'll change it right now. And to ensure that they are not used. But that phrase is more not just for myself, but that's also for you. Because I wouldn't want someone else who might fill my position to walk in and say, no, you can't use them for that. Because if you remember, Mr. Chair, the issue at Walmart and Dunellen, all you had to do was ask. Y'all had to ask. You had my deputies down there helping out that particular day. And in this case, it's to secure that both sides have the ability to use them wherever you so choose. That is the full intent of this. When now we talk about layers, you look at Marjorie Stoneman, there were too many layers. Sheriff's office screwed up down there. I ain't going to deny it. It's clearly evident in every evidence, but also the school district screwed up. And it's still, let me make that clear, that school district is still screwing up and failing to respond and comply with what that commission has recommended. Hence, why a couple of them have been removed from their positions. Y'all know me well enough that I'm passionate about the protection of our children. And it has nothing to do with the individuals themselves. All right, I need another help. Or you wanted what they asked you, Superintendent?
Thank you, Sheriff. No, Chair, members of the board, I can confirm that we did send all of our board-approved job descriptions along with the salary schedules.
I'm trying to think.
Sheriff, I have a question, and it goes to the integrity of the absolute best possible solution in the United States of America in protecting a school district. And I know you're subjective because you're the sheriff, but I'd like your comment as to how the community could have reassurance that this is as good as it gets right now with human beings under your command and your command staff and our absolutely incredible, I think, incredible board here, that you could have as good as it gets safety for our students.
Mr. Browning, it warms my heart, and I appreciate the overwhelming confidence that you have. And I don't want anybody to ever think that we are something special, and I'm far from something special. And I think, to put it in simple terms, going back to the layer and going back to Marjorie Stoneman, it is, and to your point, Mr. Chair, when you've got so many, that's when communications fail. And when we have, it's even difficult for myself with the 3 municipalities that I have to ensure that we are always communicating. Not to the fault of any one of us individuals, it's just the nature of the beast. It's something that we have to mitigate. And if we continue to build and create more entities who are separate from each other, it only invites more problems. Ultimately, you're correct, Mr. Browning. The office of the sheriff in each county is ultimately responsible for everything. And if you put everything in alignment as a county as a whole to ensure that that communication or that layering is as little as possible, then what I propose is what makes sense, because then everything falls under the purview of the sheriff. The question was asked or was brought up about the juvenile unit. OPD is their own entity, but just like our drug unit, the drug unit answers to the Chief Balkan. Although my personnel works in that unit, they answer to them. In the juvenile unit, OPD works for the city of Ocala, but within the juvenile unit, they fall under my authority. That chain of command within that unit falls to the sheriff, but in collaboration with Chief Balkan in the city of Ocala and the city of Bellevue. So, Mr. Browning, and the fact is the sheriff, and I say this with all humility, please understand that. I'm not saying this out of arrogance or anything else, because I know how people sitting in the audience will take and put on social media something that me say and twist it.
I beg your pardon? Do I look like I'm laughing? This is being recorded.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please let the sheriff continue. Thank you.
My apologies for offending you, ma'am. But the truth is the truth, okay?
Yes,
People will take what you say out of context. Okay? We'll take what I say out of context, and it happens. And I must apologize, because she just made me totally forget what I was about to say.
So that's called a senior thought. Senior moment.
Yes, sir, it is.
There you go.
The idea of the integrity of coming from the sheriff's department.
Thank you,
straight
Mr.
down
Browning.
in a chain of command as short as possible to the perimeter, to the incident. Hopefully no incident.
Hopefully no incident. That's absolutely correct. But When it comes to action, the authority of the sheriff supersedes any other law enforcement authority there is in their respective counties. Let's make that clear. Constitutionally, it's clear. It's clear. The courts have already made that perfectly clear. Help me out. What others?
Sheriff, how long have you guys been working on having these conversations in regards to this? I know when I got the proposal, I know when the superintendent initially told me, how long have y'all had these conversations concerning this issue?
And I must apologize, I cannot tell you specifically when conversations started. I know it's been within the last, I'd say 3 months. I could be off, I could be wrong, I don't recall. They were more of casual conversations rather than
And with that, and I appreciate that, with that, was it some incident, some situation that said, hey, we need to, look at this? What was it?
Like, I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. It's always what's been thought. Now, let me make something, like I told each of you individually, let me make something clear. I have never been okay with this school district creating their own police department. Neither was Chief Graham, neither is Chief Balkin, and neither is the two sitting back there behind me, the chiefs. Because that's what creates problems, and you create your own entities. But it began to grow into something else. Now, your incident that you had with the individual being arrested in here, that probably is what spurred the whole thing, the entire thing, because I've been asked over time, and I would say within the last 2 years, how do we get them to be armed? Been asked about the Guardian program, putting them at a Guardian program, okay? Been asked about deputizing them. So that's probably what sparked it for myself. And then all of a sudden I come across, and I don't even remember how, could have been in conversation with my fellow sheriff or just at the FASRO conference, where somebody says, hey, this is what this county does, this is what this county does. Just like I do every day, when somebody makes a suggestion, I research it and look at it and go, well, that's a pretty good idea. It looks like something that we can improve here in Marion County. And Seminole County is on the forefront on a lot of things. They really are. And that's kudos to my fellow sheriff, Sheriff Lima, of what they do and the hard work in which they do. So that's probably what I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No. I was just acknowledging. Thank you for answering that. Ms. Thor had a question.
Thank you. I'm glad that what we were just talking about was brought up, because a continued concern that I have is that we have a safe schools department, we have very capable people, but yet they don't have all of the tools that any other law enforcement person would have. And that's a deep source of concern for me.
Which is legitimate and which is good, because this would give them the full power as a deputy sheriff and executing what needs to be done in this building at your school board meetings if you have an issue, with no problems whatsoever.
But let me, in all transparency, say this as well. That's one option. The board did have the option to create a police department or police agency, and still been well within the law, even if the sheriff disagreed. Am I correct, Sheriff?
That is correct.
Even if all the other chiefs in this county disagreed, the board has the authority, whether the sheriff agreed or not. Am I correct, sir?
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Chair. You do have that authority.
Now, this board moved on the recommendation of the sheriff and the chiefs. That's how that happened. Mm-hmm. I think three of us were on the board, seated at that time. Mr. Browning?
Yes, I would say that for this board member in my district specifically, we have, probably starting with the very first meeting that I had, coming on the board, we were dealing with safe schools and safe school issues, and I have never felt that we should reinvent the wheel. Personally, that's my personal opinion, and it's because that wheel is developed over time. And yes, any organization, any human can fail, and nobody is perfect. But for me, it's our governor came down hard. Everybody in the state really is looking, well, wait, can't we have armed individuals? Wait, how do we train them? Wait, we've got all these different ideas, and it's an orchestra of effort and good, best intentions. And I go directly to training. I go directly to power, deputized immediately, in a hard definition. And really it goes to the governor because he's been pushing on this. The legislature will be addressing, tuning this thing up to the best of our abilities. So the genesis for me is essentially every time Safe Schools has come up over the past year, and it's been at least once or twice a month, it's come up. And I've been concerned and brought forward ideas and suggestions. And I'm a big believer in the superintendent running education and running this district, and this board setting policy. And if you're going to stop criminals, you're going to deal with what we call safe schools through the legislature, through the statute. I want pros, real pros, and I want all credentials. I want deputy sheriff. I want command level. I want power, control, just everything we've got focused in. Like if it's a battleship, all the 16 inches are leveled over and they're going to hit the target. That's what I'm looking for. And when I have somebody like you or whoever else would go, and everybody here will be changing. I'll be changing probably quicker than anybody else next month. But as we change, that structure needs to be powerful. So powerful that we never have to remember back to another incident that brought us into the safe school world compared to the 50s when I was in high school. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Ms. Vice Chair.
So I did have, one of my questions was about accessibility and availability of the individual. So some of the folks within our team that I did have a chance to speak with discussed the middle of the night phone call or something that was seen on social media that, that currently they can pick up the phone to a colleague and feel that relationship, as Ms. Thrower was mentioning, that relationship has been built, and so there's strength in relationship. But I am curious, I'm assuming these would be salaried positions and that their job doesn't stop, but that's kind of the role of a principal. Their job doesn't stop, and same thing with our Safe Schools Director as it is right now. How would you interpret accessibility of the employees that you would potentially have under your purview?
How I interpret it, like every one of my employees, if a phone call is made, regardless of the hour of the night, they better answer the phone. As in this particular incident, as you can see, Mr. Court is sitting right there. If you want terminology to put it in there to ensure that director and all of those positions are required to answer that phone 24/7, I'll put it in there for you and make it happen. And then ensure that it gets answered.
And similarly to the question, I know that you mentioned, since we briefly brought up the incident that occurred in this boardroom about 6 or 8 months ago, if we were to have our Safe Schools team right now in board meetings or work sessions or going to a off-campus football game or whatever that might look like, even in our shelters, Right now, it's our staff that goes, and they're under the direction of their supervisor and superintendent and so forth. And we're not paying extra for that detail, essentially. And if we were having those same folks under the sheriff's office, would there be additional cost to the district if they were performing that detail, if they were going to those football games? Because it would be, in my mind, and this is just this board member speaking, but it still would look a little different than an SRO going on detail. It's one of those shared scenarios, even though you would be in full control of them as employees, because their jurisdiction essentially is within the school district. How much then could that agreement be understood that there might be other locations, like a school board meeting, that they would come that wouldn't necessarily be additional paid detail?
Excellent question. The latitude is yours in regards to it, and I think it's in there in regards to being able to use them for the scenarios in which you're referring to. So like at the shelters, no, there would be no additional cost. Okay, it wouldn't be like a detailed charge in them. Football games, it's at your latitude to send them to use them at a football game if you wish to. It's your latitude to use them if you're doing a charity drive somewhere, to have them security in the parking lot and assist at that. No additional charge. And that's why it's written in the contract. I wanted to ensure, I won't even go the other direction, but I wanted to ensure that, no, it doesn't add anything to you, and it doesn't add anything to me, okay? That's what I want to ensure of. Because I get it. All of our budgets are always under scrutiny. We're always having to answer questions. We're always having to justify where we're spending money. So I want you paying what you are going to pay. It's no different than what they do at the moment. They'll be to your discretion, to the superintendent's latitude to send them wherever she or he, whatever, to do with them. I don't mean it that way, but do with them what they want, but to do the job in which you need. That answers your question, ma'am.
Board Member Thor.
As to our vice chair's point, that may also be why our salaries for our Safe Schools employees are a little higher than your officers, because they really are 24/7. And like so many school board employees are, it's just the nature of I was going to say beast, the nature of the game and the nature of it's what public education is. It never stops.
No, don't get me wrong. Kudos to you for giving it to them. They deserve it. Okay, they really do. The truth is my deputies deserve $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
To be frank with you,
Yep.
to what they go through. So no, that's not an issue for me. Okay.
Thank you. So, I really wasn't sure, and with an officer, they work their shift and then are they actually off? Where with our employees, they're
always on.
always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate it.
Did I hit everything?
I think you hit a lot of it. I'm sure if not, we're going to be getting
some additional
some
things that
questions.
Attorney Powers needs to talk through, and
Yeah.
Dr. Gullett as well.
And just ask. I think I've told a couple of you before, just ask. It ain't that hard. There are things that statute. Miss Allison, kind of going to you. If their actions, here's a rule of thumb for us in law enforcement. If it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical, they'll do what they're asked. It's as simple as that. And if it crosses one of those lines, then we'll have an issue. Then we have a problem.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sheriff, I really like the idea of current real life examples, and I liked what I saw during the hurricane emergency. I especially liked the way the entire community came together under, at the emergency management facility, and tied into the state emergency management program, and how everyone was treated with professional respect, and everybody came together. It was very exciting to see how effective it was. So that's what I expect, and I think that's what the community expects. When something's happening, it's all hands on deck. And I like what I saw, and could you speak to, like, that's just an ongoing scenario, isn't it? When you have a scenario, you have a responsibility, when you have something, a ball game, whatever, you all will be ahead of the game. You'll be thinking, you'll be doing, you'll be in a safe schools mentality. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what I'm expecting.
I think I understand what you're asking of me. I reckon the best way that I can put it is when you are in those scenarios and the level of risk, security, like emergency management, it is having it into one area where everybody's working collaboratively, but ensuring that you know who is in charge and has to make the final decision, because somebody has to make the final decision. And I think I understood what you're asking me, Mr. Brownings, and I apologize if I did not.
Well, it's a general scope of, there's a lot of resources, and it starts in Tallahassee coming on down. When you have a major issue, when you have something that's that needs to be managed, anticipating things, it's the smallest amount of incident and problem is the way you measure success. It's the way I measure success. Right. And so the lack of problems and the great scope of like I get great comfort out of the idea that you, as a sheriff, have all of that resource coming to you, and as do the other sheriffs. But you have that, and I want to impart that to this school district and keep that chain of command short and clean and sharp and organized. And then we go into education. First, we're safe, and then it's a safe place to educate. And it's something I think that has to be said, because that's the way I feel when we have an incident like a hurricane. We rely on the structure that you have, the short chain of command. Boom, you can get things handled. They're doing it down there right now in Lee County with the governor. It's absolutely encouraging and heartwarming that we're all safer because we've got this structure in place for safety, and especially safe schools.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. I'll leave one last thought, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. You know, every time a contract, MOU, comes up, the one question that's always brought forth is our elected positions. What's going to happen if you leave office, if I leave office? Truth is we don't know. That question will always be there, and it's a question that we should always contemplate. But it should not influence to be the final decision of what we decide, because we cannot base solely off of who's going to sit in our seats and sacrifice what is the best for the county. Cannot do it, regardless of who it is, because that will always exist and always will be there. If we base it solely off of that, then we'll never enter into an agreement, ever. It'll never happen. So, again, I appreciate y'all's time, and if I forgot something, each of you have my phone number. Feel free to call me. Feel free to ask, and if there's something in the contract you want changed, let me know. Let Mr. McCourt know. Unless it's illegal, immoral, unethical, or something that compromises the office of the sheriff, we can come to a compromise. All right,
Thank you, Sheriff.
thank you.
Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you to the chiefs that came as well. Before we do public comment, I want Mr. McFadden to come, please. I got a couple questions. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
You saw this agreement. How does this affect? How do you see this being an effect on our Safe Schools Department currently the way that we operate?
Well, from a safe schools standpoint or a department standpoint, I too, like everybody else, had a lot of questions, and I wanted to know what started this, what was the genesis of it myself, and naturally, I didn't come prepared for a speech, but I have been taking notes like everybody else. And from a safe schools standpoint, we have to address a couple of issues. As far as chain of command, it has been clearly established here in this board and has come from me verbally to you that the chain of command in any issue or situation where there's a school shooting, the sheriff or the agency of jurisdiction, which would be the Ocala Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, or Bellevue, if they have the resources, however they choose to do that, that is strictly on them. When Forrest occurred, Dennis McFadden responded as a way of assistance, not in a way coming in there as though I'm a SWAT team member and trying to provide some level of response as a school shooter. I responded at the time with another colleague of mine for support of that school and support of the sheriff's office, but not in response to the active shooter situation itself, because that's solely strictly on the sheriff and whatever agency of jurisdiction is manning that school at the time. It has nothing to do with the Safe Schools Department. And I will always tell you that I believe that SROs should be in our schools, especially in our middle and our high schools, because I think what we've been focusing on here a lot today is a school shooting or a real active assailant incident. And it is critical that when that situation happens, that there is the proper response. Parkland, Robb Elementary, Uvalde, failures, absolutely failures, and I'll echo what the sheriff says, absolutely failures, and it should not have happened. I have told you before, if a situation like that occurs here in this district, I am confident in the sheriff and the chief's ability that they have placed the proper people in our schools so there will not be a Marjorie Stoneman response like it was February 14th of 2018. I have told you that as far as Uvalde, I expect for the sheriff to make sure that his deputies and the chiefs to make sure that their officers in those schools are responding in the proper manner. It has nothing to do with this Safe Schools Department except for we have a signed contract in place for our SROs to be on those campuses, and they are expected to take action when a school shooting occurs. Not Dennis McFadden, not the Safe Schools Department, because we are not equipped. We don't have the resources or the tools to do that or have that response. However, what we do have is preventive measures, and that is where your Safe School Department comes in. Because there is a small likelihood, very small likelihood that a school shooting will occur. Can it happen? Absolutely, on any given day. But the other things that occurs in our school on a daily basis, where your Safe Schools Department comes in play and take care of those issues, is what we are talking about here today. I absolutely agree, and I believe that the sheriff and those chiefs, this is what I believe, this is what they're telling me, that if something happens, they are going to respond properly. So it's not an issue here of chain of command, who has authority, or none of that. That has been established. So with this agreement or without this agreement, if there is something going on that the Safe Schools Department has done that is not right, does not fall in line with what the proper response is, tell us so that we can correct it. I had a conversation with the sheriff. We talked about this. I also had a conversation with the sheriff and the chief probably over a year ago, quite a year, right before Chief Graham's tragic death. And at that time, we talked about communication. And if something is going on, that we was going to call each other and talk about it. Now, I know for a fact that this agreement or this conversation about this proposal has been going on roughly 6 months. Nobody has come to me and told me anything as the director of this school district. I have asked questions about it, and I've been told on repeated occasions, I know nothing about it, this is not what we're trying to do, but I know in February, March of this year, you know, it's not saying that me and my staff we're not open for change when it comes to school safety, but the level of disrespect when it comes from people who are now saying, come join my family, to be a part of my family, but when we're called kindergarten cops, Mickey Mouse organizations, all we are fences, door brothers, and cameras, and when the sheriff takes over the Safe Schools Department, there will be no need for Dennis McFadden. Don't think that does not play heavily on the minds of your staff. Why would I want to go to an organization where people see me as that and see my organization in a lack of disrespect? I'm passionate about skid safety and student safety just like everybody else. My staff, we've been doing this for 6 months, been waiting for this proposal because we heard about it over 6 months ago from an employee from the sheriff's office. He had the audacity, the braggart, the confidence to tell my employee when we take over, Dennis McFadden is gone. And you wonder why I say, what happens to me when I get there? With all due respect to the sheriff and the chiefs, I don't feel comfortable in that proposal because of where it leaves me, my staff, but not only me and my staff, but this school district and our kids. I get calls in the middle of the night. I answer them. I'm at your disposal. Every time any one of you on this board picks up this phone, superintendent, anybody in this audience, I answer. If it goes to my voicemail, within a matter of a few minutes, I call you back. You ask me to do something, I do it. No questions asked, as long as it's legal and it's not unethical or immoral. It gets done without any griping or complaining. And I've been doing this since 2017. And to make it perfectly clear, I'm not a braggart and I'm not arrogant, but I am the expert when it comes to this school security. Because school security is more about a gunman coming on the campus shooting. It's about discipline, threat assessments, mental health. All of those things play well in my department. And I have a working relationship within this district with all of these department heads, the principals. When they pick up that phone and call me, I'm there. My staff is there. We don't tell nobody no. That's one of the things I tell them in my department. I don't care what they ask you, do not say no. You may not can do it, but do not say no. Try to find a way to solve their problems and help them solve their problems without saying no. It's easy to just say no, we can't do it because we tried it before. Every situation is unique, and my staff stands behind me 100%. I stand behind them. We are more than fences, door buzzers, and cameras for this district. So what is safe schools? Again, safe schools is not just about school shootings. Our kids are struggling in these schools with their mental, emotional situations. And we see it on a daily basis. We are the keeper of the gates. And I'm not saying that this might not be a great proposal or a good proposal. But I think the underline of how it was brought in from a professional courtesy standpoint was not done right. And I can agree to a lot of things. And no, the relationship, you said we got a great relationship. I didn't hear about this proposal formally and officially until about a month and a half ago. But I knew in the back of my head, in the back of my mind, me and my staff wake up every morning, come into work without any issues, not being defiant in anything we do, but doing our job, knowing that this proposal was coming at some point. So, board, you have to make a decision. And at this point, I think we are in a situation where our students are about as well as protected as they can be, but it has nothing to do with the response of Dennis McFadden and his staff. The responsibility lies on the sheriff and the chiefs of police, which I clearly and truly believe that in a situation, they're going to go in and engage the shooter and they're going to take him out. I have 100% confidence in that. But if we're going to look at this from a big picture, we might need to think about things outside of a school shooting that affects our students and staff and their well-being and their safety on a daily basis.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Would you guys have any questions for Mr. McFadden? Mr. Brown?
Yes, Mr. McFadden, you and I go back a long way, and I've been a supporter of yours over the years when you were running for sheriff, prior to being with the school district. I have high respect and regard for you, sir. As we move forward, you've made, you're asking about the genesis or where this came from. You've made many reports as to how Safe Schools is working here and how we can finally get to it at some point, and the many projects that we're working with as we go forward. Some I've had concerns about with fencing and what have you, but those are details that have to do with requirements of the law. Nothing personal at all. And one of my first issues has always been that you would go, if this is the program, as I just outlined on Article 1, that you would go to a high degree of directorship. Boom, that's a case closed. So we're looking for safe schools. I'm sure you will be able to do what you do now, but just with a higher degree of authority and a cleaner, direct, short chain of command to the sheriff. You won't have to, you'll have access and power and direction as our director through the sheriff's department. So this is not a promotion, demotion. It's an improvement, as I see it, to the safety of our school district, our staff, and our students. And your part in it, you know it's evolving. You know we're going to be safer tomorrow than we are today, and the day after that, and the year after that. We're going to be safer and safer and safer. So that's an evolving situation. And someday you will retire, whatever, and someone will come along, and hopefully they do as good a job as you do. But I was very pleased when I saw, and I did not want to use the individual names of staff, when I saw that everyone would be either a deputy or a director, such as yourself.
I've always believed since I've been here, and since we entered in those contracts, that we were already one of the safest and best school districts in the state. I stand on that because of what having SROs in every school, on every school campus. I was led to believe, and I believe that At that moment in time, we place an SRO on every campus, in addition to the cameras and the door buzzers and the fencing and all the other things that's going on that we take care of from a safe schools department, that our kids and staff are safe. And I'll continue to say that because they're on our campus. I've never had any objection to that. We want them to be there. But from my standpoint, by them being there, I don't understand any other avenue of being safer. They're there. Their job is to respond to an active assailant. That's what the contract says.
Ms. Sora.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Dennis, for everything that you and your department have done, do, and I know will continue to do. Dr. Gullett, I'm thinking about, you mentioned earlier about getting feedback from the school level, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about it at this point. You know, we've been talking about it for a good number of time already this morning, and just thinking about next steps.
Certainly, thank you, Board Member Thrower. And that's why I started, forgive me, today with that, because we have not had the opportunity, aside from Mr. McFadden and a couple members of the Safe Schools Department and Attorney Powers, had a chance to get feedback from anyone for those who would be impacted at the school level, even some of our departments. Mental health was already mentioned by Mr. McFadden and by you, Board Member Thrower. That's another component of this. There's a state-required threat assessment that's a component of Safe Schools, and so I would want to make sure that we address that. So I think, but getting feedback, as you know, and I think you all support, is important to me to get feedback from those who would be impacted, and I think that would be my recommendation, that we do that.
I have already started getting feedback, and I'm sure some of you guys have gotten some feedback from staff because, and I can tell you, I haven't had, from high level to low level, staff have not been in agreement with this agreement. But for all transparency, I think maybe there should be some level of getting some way to get the feedback from staff from around the district, but not only from the district, from our community as well, because not only does this affect our 7,000 or whatever number is staff members, this affects the community, this affects the parents. And I've heard from parents, and we have some folk here this morning, so if it's well with you guys, I want us to take a 5-minute recess, comfort break, and then come back with public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stand in recess for 5 minutes, come back with public comment. We're back on. At this time, we'll entertain public comment. First one, Mr. Davis, is
Ayurpathe.
who's run the clock?
Who has the clock?
Attorney Powers.
I'll track it.
Good morning.
And each speaker has 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I'll give you a 1 minute warning if you wish.
Good morning to everyone. I want to say I'm Ira Bethea Sr. I always like to do that because there is a junior, and I don't want you.
Microphone a little closer to you.
Okay, so I'm Ira Bethea Sr. I come to you as a citizen, a concerned citizen, and I just want to talk about the safe schools. I know that Mr. McFadden have been up here, and I know that the sheriff have been here, and I just want to lay some things out. All of you had some great questions, some great concerns. I just want to remind you that safe schools is more than a potential shooting incident. It's what these people do, the 5 people that you have hired in these positions do daily. And I think they do them pretty well, because if they hadn't, you all have been done something with them. Our children have a lot of issues going on, from parenting to things they get involved with away from the school and things they get involved with at the school. And your people, the director and his specialists that you have in this department, handles those things on a day-to-day basis. And again, I say I think they do a very good job. Students have mental illnesses and you know, just they take medication. I mean, there's just a lot of things going on in their lives. And I think it's very important that the school board stay the lead supervision of this department is basically what I want to say to you. We have to remember that it's not good to give anybody absolute power. And if you have power and you give it away, you no longer has the authority, you don't no longer have the power to manage the team of the safety school officers. And I just think it's very, very important that you don't forget that. And I'm not talking on behalf of Mr. McFadden, I'm talking on behalf of that position and the positions there are under them. And that basically is all I want to say. I just wanted to make sure that you all feel me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bethea. President Bethea.
I couldn't get his name.
Councilman.
City Councilman Ira Bethea.
Mr. Davis, next person.
Bruce Seaman.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Concerning the question of handing over school security to the sheriff's office, I really can't imagine why anyone thinks that'd be a good idea, apart from the sheriff. I mean, Dennis McFadden's a veteran law enforcement officer who's served the district as a solid leader during his years in the position and through a variety of crises that have affected the district. I mean, who has a problem with his leadership of school safety? Is the board as a whole, or is it just 1 or 2 members? We already have sworn officers with the SROs. Mr. McFadden was a career, top echelon, sworn officer in the sheriff's office himself. There's nothing truly to be gained, but there is a loss of authority. Because any issues that arise, much less clawing this authority back from the sheriff's office, will be the exact kind of distraction this school board is likely to be ending in a few weeks. The whole idea bears the aroma of politics
and power, and it stinks. Voters of Marion County made clear choices in the last election, refusing by wide margins the several ideological candidates who promised to wield agendas not driven by students and their success, but by power grabs, attention getting, making public education into a politically explosive place in the culture war. The voters spoke volumes by electing candidates committed to students and their effective education, not wafting the stench of politics and power into the important discussions that are required by the school board. Sheriff Woods is very competent, but he's also a partisan elected official, an ideological character. He wields considerable power. He has stood against Mr. McFadden in his role with the school district in the past. And the sheriff, I guess, seems eager for more power. Are you on the school board willing to hand this authority over to him and let him do what he wants? Being an independently elected, partisan, constitutional officer? Or are you cognizant of the need to retain complete control over this as the elected school board members who need to maintain a positive, productive, focused agenda for the students, for the district's 44,000 students and 7,000 employees? That in itself is a constituency that is greater than some of the chiefs. It's a special constituency with a wide variety of places, venues, occasions, and some very special people who need special attention. You would be giving the sheriff a seat at your table. Are you willing to dismiss the will of the voters who want politics and power grabs out of the board's meetings and then offer a backdoor to the ideologues? This is a bad idea. It bears the aroma of politics and power, and I think it stinks.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. Mr. Davis.
Francine Julius Edwards.
Good morning. This is a statement on behalf of Representative Yvonne Hinson to the Marion County School Board. Chair, Reverend Cummings, board members, superintendent, staff, and the community. We are greatly concerned about the unnerving initiative proposed by the Marion County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Billy Woods. We believe that by enacting this proposal, it could amount to over-policing of students and staff. Reading parts proposed unnecessarily takes away authority from the school board and its superintendent, Dr. Diane Gullett. One part of the agreement of note is the access that the Sheriff's Department will have to students and staff's confidential records. They would have access to the students' quote, personally identifiable information and educational records. Students and staff will also be monitored in restrooms, hallways, libraries, cafeterias, and parking lots, and with surveillance technology, unquote, by law enforcement, but not by the school's safety resource officers. We fear that initiation of this predictive policing, which violates the Florida Public Records Act, may lead to racial profiling, premature juvenile incarceration, or worse, which has a negative impact on our African American and Hispanic students and staff. Aren't there already ongoing cases of racial inequities in student discipline? One wonders, would there be the creation of a student potential criminal list, much like Pasco County, of which students are monitored for potential crimes based on their amount of discipline referrals? The K-12 educational community is supposed to lend itself to academic achievement in a safe environment, not potential threats subjectively feed to the school to prison pipeline or military zone. And what might parents' response to their children being placed on such a list without their knowledge or consent? For these and other reasons, we are calling for the tabling or pause of this intrusive agreement on behalf of constituents. We should be cognizant of our students' welfare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Julius Edwards. Mr. Davis.
Chris Altabello.
Good morning, Reverend Cummings, Dr. Gullett, board members. Chris Altabello, and I just want to bring a perspective. I'm not speaking for the associations right now that I represent. I'm speaking as a parent of 2 Marion County Public School kids, and also kind of as a taxpayer as well. And as I went online to read this proposal, I'm drawn to the actual letter from our sheriff. And right off the bat, he says that this is not to suggest that we have any issues or the system is broken, but to take our school safety to the next level. And when I read everything in here, I'm kind of wondering, what does he mean by the next level? Because then you look at the rest of the letter, and the letter says they're going to be performing the same duties and responsibilities that they're doing now. And I, as a parent, when I drop my kids off to school in the morning, it gives me great comfort to see the sheriff deputies there circulating around. It also gives me great comfort to know that whenever I've reached out to our school safety department, they've been very responsive. And that's the association part when I've had to do that. But as a parent, my kids don't come home and say, they don't bring up school safety. And I think that part of that I have to assume is that other than the traditional discipline issues that we may have going on in the school, which is probably going to be outside of the sheriff's purview when teachers are in the classroom trying to maintain 30-plus kids in a room without the staff that we have. There's a lot of issues that go into school safety that maybe the SROs aren't involved until it gets very serious. And my kids don't come home with that when I speak to them every day, when I pick them up in line. You want to know what they tell me? Dad, we are in the second quarter and I still don't have a teacher. I have a substitute. And that's happening with both of my children right now. We have a department, for all intents and purposes, from you and the sheriff. They are doing the job. Let's keep them doing that job because they work in concert with the sheriff's department. I was there helping out when we had that tragedy at Forest, and I saw the working together of both of these departments, and it did very well. And I see in the letter that we're using Seminole County and Brevard County. May I remind you that while I don't know the situation there, may I remind you that Seminole County has 67,000 kids, and Brevard has 73,000 kids. That alone may warrant the need for a path that they've chosen. We are given in all 67 counties several options. Some employ this option, some employ this option, others that. And there's a reason behind all of those decisions. Maybe it's because those things aren't working well, but the sheriff admits that we're doing a good job. You, I think, most of you have said that, we're doing this very well. So I'm just bewildered why we're spending exhausting effort on a department that is working well. Doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. But I'm not sure that the sheriff, who I wholeheartedly support and I value the work that he's doing in providing that safety to my children, working with our department. Let's spend the time on what my children care about, and that's finding teachers. So they don't have to have, they want a full complement of teachers. They have a full complement of law enforcement and a full complement of safety school directors. They want a full complement of teachers. Let's let these people do their job working with the sheriff's department. Let's focus our attention on what is really going to improve school safety, a fully staffed county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altobello. Mr. Davis.
Dr. Barbara Brooks.
Greetings.
Morning.
Is it still morning? Okay.
Just barely.
I come before you today with concerns regarding the sheriff's proposal to be in charge of the Marion County Public School Safe School programs. These concerns are based on, number one, a review of the disciplinary data revealed a disparity in discipline, which I've come before the board several times before, with such high number of referrals. When are students referred? When are they referred? How is the Marion County Public School system planning to address the disparity in discipline? My second concern is the Sheriff Department will have access to students and staff records. We have read of sheriffs in other counties using student discipline records to profile students. Such actions increase the student to prison pipeline that we have discussed here in school board meetings. Thirdly, we have seen pictures of elementary students who have been dragged through the hallways, handcuffed, and placed in the back of a police car. We must ask the question, on what will be the reaction of SROs with our students when the Marion County Public School Board has given the authority and responsibility to the Sheriff Department? I have discussed and listened to citizens in my community who have concerns and questions. Why would there be a need to change from the Director of Safe Schools and his staff of SROs to the full authority of the Sheriff's Department? Would a change be in the best interest of students? And that is the bottom line. And on the break, I went and looked at my emails, and I see that my community continues to discuss and send emails to each other. And this is an email that I just received. It says that it is shared by concerned citizens, and they're asking them to look at the agreement from the Sheriff Departments. And it goes on to say there are pros and cons to this proposal that should be discussed in detail by all parties. However, the public has not been included. Do you agree this should be a public discussion? If your child or grandchild were impacted by police presence in the schools, what would you want to know? And so the discussion must continue. And as others have come before you and asked the question, why is there a need of change? If things are operating in excellent condition, as you've indicated, we're trying to understand. We must understand as the public, why do we need to change? Is it in the best interest of students? Let's take our time. Let's have the community input. Let's look at some of the research. I even did a brief research where there is an article, and you can go and do your own research, where parents across the nation are asking about SROs, they call the Sheriff Departments of police enforcement in elementary schools. As has been indicated already by earlier speakers, what is the impact on our children in these schools? How they've been treated? School safety is just not a bad guy coming into our schools. We've indicated about the mental health and the well-being of our children, especially elementary children. They could be traumatized by the wrong interaction with the police. We want it to be a positive interaction. We must question what is the interaction, how are they treating our children. There are so many questions to be asked, but please do not just stop and think about this military mindset in terms of we got to get the bad guy. Sometimes the bad guy is right inside. And so let's make sure that whatever we decide, children first. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. Mr. Davis.
Bishop J. David Stockton.
Well, I guess it is still good morning for another 16 minutes. I'm here today to speak in regards to the proposal or agreement. But I've been looking at it in a different way because I know that so many others will discuss those things that have already been talked about in regards to why are we doing it? If it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? Board Member Thrower, you made a statement earlier that was very poignant to me, that all of this has been birthed since 2018 out of necessity or fear because of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas school shooting, Uvalde, and all of those types of things. But one of the questions I've asked myself, what is police presence in schools and what long-term harm does it cause to our students? Because it's something new, there's not a lot of stuff out there on it, but I was able to find from the Center of Public Integrity, investigating inequality, a statement that was just put out a couple months ago. They said that there's 5 things that has happened because of police presence on campuses in the realm that we're talking about today. 1, disappropriate policing is a trend that's been on the rise for the last few years. There's been some equity concerns about policing on campus. I have some interesting numbers I'd like to share with you in a second. The second thing, they were saying policing in schools differs from place to place. Around our state, around our county, so many times I'll hear, well, how does Marion County equal up to so-and-so county? Marion County is a different animal all by itself. We can't compare Marion County to any other county in this state. Its diversity, its size, its spread, the cultures that are here. We can't do that. So we have to understand that what we're talking about in safe schools is going to differ from every county. The third thing this investigation did, it says teaching your kids not to be criminals is the wrong framing. You know, I've heard people say, well, I'm so excited about showing up and seeing the sheriff's car, the police car at the schools when they show. Now, that might say one thing to one group of kids, but that says something totally different to another community. It's always, it's like, you know, I'm a criminal at all times. The fourth thing, it says 1.7 million children go to schools that have cops but no counselors. One of the great things about our safe staff is that they're also pseudo-counselors. They're creating programs. They're involved in programs that are more than just policing. They are at games. They are building relationships. I know as a community leader, I've had several of the safe staff members approach me about if there's something you're doing in the community, Bishop Stockton, working with children at risk, please let us know. We want to come and be a part of that. I don't hear that from the police department or the sheriff's department. The fifth thing is how can children stay safe without the presence of police? That was some things that came out of this. But there was something very interesting that the report also shared with me. It talked about the different types of, or the levels of referrals because of this type of policing in school. It looked at several states, but in the top 6 states, there stood Florida as number 3. It says in the state of Florida, per 1,000 students, 19.4 black students are referred per 1,000. 22.9 of the students were black. 36% of the referrals were black students. Hispanics, 10.5 per 1,000 is being referred. Now, not just for discipline, but I'm talking about getting cases because of law enforcement being on the campus and having total control. But then there was another number that blew my mind. Disabled was 16.5 per 1,000. Now this is a study, and you know, you can find a study for anything. But because this is something that has been born out of necessity, do we have enough data to know what the long-term effect to having the sheriff's department or any other policing department having sole rule and authority of discipline matters on campus? Because their law supersedes, as we said, code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Stockton.
Dr. Jerome Gamble.
Chairman Cummings,
Morning.
Superintendent Gullett, members of the school board. Every child needs and deserves a safe and secure learning environment. And we all, as a community, have a responsibility for providing that environment. In light of occurrences of the past several years, of shootings and multiple deaths of students and teachers, the discussion of the development of a comprehensive plan for school safety certainly has its place. And as I am in full support of a plan to make Marion County schools a safe place to learn, it is important that I share at least a perspective. I rise out of a general concern for the proposal, the agreement, or whatever we're calling it today, that is being advanced by the Marion County Sheriff's Office that will create a monolithic law enforcement model of student behavior control in Marion County in the name of safe schools. I am very impressed with our superintendent of schools and the caliber of people that she is attracting and surrounding herself with. I'm impressed with her commitment to bring academic excellence to the learning environment of our community. And my prayer is that this school board will support the vision that she brings to this work. As we go forward with the issue of safe schools, we must not replace school discipline with juvenile incarceration. We must not ignore the fact and the reality of the school-to-prison pipeline. And we must not create a system that fosters cradle-to-prison pipelines. The school-to-prison pipeline is threatening the fabric of our American society by placing an emphasis on juveniles entering the criminal justice system for minor offenses. Thank God that this system was not in place when I was in school. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People's Legal Defense Fund depicts the school-to-prison pipeline as funneling of students out of school into the streets and the juvenile correction system, perpetuating the cycle known as the school-to-prison pipeline, and depriving children and youth of meaningful opportunities for education, future employment, and participating in our democracy. According to the NAACP, this is especially apparent when it comes to examining how minorities, Hispanics, and African Americans are disciplined in school in comparison to their Caucasian peers. And from the data, even in Marion County, we know that this concern is real.
You have 1 minute.
I only have a moment, but just to say that I am interested in the education of all children in Marion County is important to me. But someone has to be a voice for African American children. And as you proceed with the consideration of the sheriff's proposal, please do not discount the historicity of the disproportionate incarceration of African American children and people in Florida and in America. In her book, Learning While Black, Janice Hale states, given the racialized treatment of African Americans in the United States, learning while black can be as dangerous as driving while black. And it is predictable that absolute law enforcement authority in school will result in the same type of racial discriminations. No matter how well-intentioned the sheriff's office is, their orientation and performance does not prove that nurturing and encouraging children is a strong suit in their wheelhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gamble.
Apostle Brandon D. Cave, Sr.
Good morning.
Morning.
To the board and this body of people. Proverbs chapter 1, verses 1 through 5 says, to know wisdom and instruction, to understand words of insight, to receive instruction in wise dealing, in righteousness, justice, and equity, to give prudence to the simple, knowledge and discretion to the youth. Let the wise hear and increase in learning, and the one who understands will obtain guidance. The Department of Safe Schools mission, and I quote, is to safeguard Marion County Public Schools by implementing strategic security measures, providing invaluable lines of cross-communication and support to our law enforcement community partners, while providing a safe learning environment through prevention, intervention, and emergency preparedness planning. For Dr. Gutlett, and excuse me if I do not pronounce her name correctly, Marion County's public school first ever appointed superintendent to consider surrendering for her administrative power and authority to protect the 43,000 plus students and the 7,000 plus employees to the Marion County Sheriff's Department is ludicrous, is ill-advised, and is certainly not in the best interest of the citizens and the students of Marion County. Our schools must not become a place for staging law enforcement intrusion or political venues. Is that really what we want? I think not. The Marion County Public School District have a safe school department, and in the sheriff's own words, he's not saying there are issues or that the system is broken, but rather he wants to take the school safety to another level. My question is, what level is that? It is my hope that the Marion County School Board initiate the following suggestions and others as recommended. Number one, direct the superintendent of the Marion County Schools to reject what is framed as the Safe School Proposal or Agreement from Sheriff Billy Woods. This concept will be a strategic disaster, not a strategic shift. That the school board would request or establish or conduct a quality management review of the School Board of Marion County Public Schools Administrative Organizational Chart, in an effort to have the Safe School Department connected directly to the superintendent's office.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Finally, that this board empower and credential current safe school officers. Thank you.
Sarah Clifton.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start with an apology for speaking out of turn earlier. I was taken aback by an elected official casting casual aspersions against the integrity or the honor or the well-meaning intentions of the citizens, his bosses, that are sitting in this audience, and I lost my head. I do apologize to the superintendent, chairman, and the rest of the board and attendees. But Sheriff Woods is an elected position, a partisan position, unlike the school board, which is theoretically supposed to be a nonpartisan board given over to the best interests of our students, not political expediency or ideology. The erosion of what we often hear termed home rule over the last few years is getting more egregious. We, the voters of Marion County, elect a school board. We decided recently to hire a school superintendent so that education would be less partisan and more expertise. I think that this is something that school safety is certainly well served with. Instead of it being an elected, under the elected officer who, quite frankly, doesn't really need any more on his plate since he's busy being in charge of everything, we instead hire the most qualified, well-experienced, well-thought-of and respected member of this community, and that is Mr. McFadden, who is a member of this community, has certainly served us well in his capacity in law enforcement and has all this experience, and he's bringing it to bear, but not for law enforcement per se, but for safe schools. The 50,000 people involved in the daily school activities are the size of a small city. The sheriff doesn't need another small city in his jurisdiction, his direct daily jurisdiction. That's why we have Mr. McFadden. This is a position that needs to be under the authority of the school board and the superintendent. We need to maintain our control over our daily educational activities and not give them over to law enforcement. They have a different mission statement. The mission statement of school safety is the safety and well-being of our schools. That's it. That's what they do. That's their job. I would like to urge the board and superintendent to maintain, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Mr. McFadden is a well-credentialed man, and he is the perfect candidate to continue in this position. Now, with the exception of one appointee, all of you are elected, and that can, yes, there may be other people in your position, but there may also be another person in the position of sheriff. Do we just hope for the best, or do we continue being able to hire? This is the choice we made when we chose to hire a superintendent, that rather than leaving education to a partisan elected race, that we allow education to remain nonpartisan, and I would like to see that continue. This is something that affects all of us. and it needs to not be political ideology at work. It needs to be the well-being of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clifton.
That completes public comment, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, community, for coming out and expressing your concerns. Board, you guys have anything else? I'm sorry.
Someone waving from the back. Pastor Howard, maybe?
Is there someone else that we missed? If there is someone that we missed, please come forward and we'll get the paperwork signed. Kevin will take care of that.
Good eye.
I wear glasses.
I say good morning to the school board. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, board, for allowing me the opportunity to stand and to speak. There's two things that continue.
Sir, before you start, can you give us your name?
I'm Pastor Darrell Redding. I am the pastor of Progressive Union Missionary Baptist Church here in Marion County, Florida. And I stand because all of us can say that getting up in the morning, getting our kids for school is not like it was some 10 years ago. It is very different. I am the father of 2 daughters, and every morning when I get my daughters up for school, I honestly don't know if they're going to return safe. Now, there was a time when I didn't have to say that, but now we have to say that because we live in a time with terrorist attacks, school shootings, supermarket shootings, church shootings. Everything is happening within the world right now. And what we need is stability. And what I heard Mr. Browning say is we don't want to create the wheel. We don't want to recreate the wheel. Why are we doing it then? If it's working, why do we want to fix something that's already working? Mr. McFadden let's ask ourselves this. Are we better off now than we were when we hired him 7 years ago or however many years ago? I think our school system is better off now, and it's more safe because he has the heart, the integrity, and the character to lead and make sure that our kids and our staff is safe every day. I'm not understanding. I sat in the meeting and I'm trying to make my mind understand why the change and why now. Why the change and why now? If it's been working for years, it's been working, why do we want to change something that's working? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think that Mr. McFadden is doing an outstanding job. When he was hired, he was a retired man that was ready to just go off and not do anything else but just live a retired life. And he was offered this position. And one of the things that made him accept the position was not money. It was not a financial decision. It was his love of the children of the Marion County school system and the staff. And he enjoys protecting and doing his job. Can I tell you this? As his pastor, he has also set up a design for us in the church that keeps us safe. He keeps me safe every Sunday. And I feel good knowing that I have a member such as McFadden that sits there, and I feel safe every Sunday when I come in and I see him sitting there. Can I share this story with y'all? There was one Sunday when we were sitting in the church, and there was a young man that came in army fatigues that just didn't look right. And I kept looking at the young man. Then I noticed McFadden came up to me and he said, "Pastor, do you want me to go and check him out?" And he went and had a conversation with the young man. And the young man's mind wasn't where it should be. And I just thank God for a man like him that has the attention to look at all of the details and to see things that are going on. And I've noticed that since Mr. McFadden has been in that position, that they always get out in front of problems before they happen. He is a good man to have in the position. I don't think that we need to relinquish that power to the sheriff, for I don't see a reason for that. If all roads lead back to the sheriff anyway, I think the lines of communication might need to be better between the sheriff and Director McFadden. That's what we need to be concentrating on. Let those lines get more clear so they don't be blurred, that they can communicate and operate as one. They can operate as one so that if an incident happens, we say it's going to end up with the sheriff anyway. So I don't think Mr. McFadden is trying to say he's over the status of the sheriff, but he is doing a great job as director. And I stand to say that let's not take this proposal from the Marion County Sheriff Department and let's leave things as they are until such time as it becomes an issue, because I don't see it being an issue for us right now. And I stand to say that I believe that we should leave things as they are to this point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pastor Redding.
Good afternoon to School Board Chairman Reverend Eric Cummings, to our Vice Chair Allison Campbell, to Board Member Mr. Don Browning, to Board Member Mrs. Nancy Thor, and Board Member Mrs. Kelly King, and to our Superintendent, Dr. Gullett. I call each one of your name for a purpose. As we stand here and I'm listening to everyone discuss, I listen to our Sheriff Billy Woods, and some back in 2017, when this school board hired a safety officer, you looked for a qualified person. You found a qualified person in Mr. McFadden. McFadden being a lover of children, high school coach, retired from the Marion County Sheriff Department as a captain, was in the reserve, was shot trying to defend our country. But as we look at our safe schools and we listen at the sheriff talk about the active shooting and all the different shootings, as has been stated, the school safety program is to make sure that schools are safe, make sure that we have the fences up, the lighting up, the work with all department heads, and Mr. McFadden has done that. You have said as a board that he has done that. I stand for another reason. I have a concern. I have a concern because I'm a military man. I've been a supervisor, and the problem I have is that for 6 months, we discussed this, Dr. Gullett, and maybe somebody in her staff. We had some talk with the Sheriff Department. And we talk about somebody who's in our department and a department head, and to talk and discuss maybe relinquishing power and giving it to the Sheriff Department. I think that as we go forth and we do things like this, we have a man here who is a department head. And if we're going to discuss relinquishing power and maybe talking to the sheriff by letting this department be under the sheriff, I think we have disrespected Mr. Dennis McFadden. I think that whoever was in that discussion, you owe Mr. McFadden an apology, because it would be a shame. It would be a disaster if these board members sitting up here today would be talking about getting rid of the superintendent and not sharing with her any shortcomings that she may have or anything. So I'm saying to you is that as we go forward and all of this discussion, we need to make sure that Mr. Dennis McFadden and his staff is in this conversation. They are a good staff. I like them so much, and I watch what they do, and when they have a problem, because I'm at all the high schools in Marion County, the middle schools, when I see a lighting problem, when I see a fencing problem, I call Mr. McFadden, because I know it's not safe when lights are out. They do that, and I appreciate that. And even I do something probably you don't do. I feed the staff when I come to board meeting. Once a month, I bring them something to eat. They do a good job. They stay here. They do a good job. And we can work together. And I say to all of you, let's work together as a team. Let's keep Mr. McFadden and the team in the loop and let them discuss things. And I think it's a shame since February that I heard the chairman of this board say that he did not get that proposal until August, the end of August. That is disrespectful, even to all of you board members. Let's work together. Let's keep the safe department under the school board. That's the best place for it. Mr. McFadden has done a good job. You all have worked with him. Let's continue to work together. But let's not do that again, where we're going to discuss a man's livelihood, his job, going into another department, under another agency, without talking to him. That is a form of disrespect. God bless you and God keep you.
Thank you. Come back. For the record, you need to put your name on record, sir. We know who you are.
Richard Howard Sr.
Thank you, Pastor Howard.
Thank you. Did we miss anybody? We covered everyone. Okay. Thank you for our community and public comments. Board, we've heard a lot this morning. 3 hours and 15 minutes. We've been discussing this issue. There was an agreement that was sent forward by the Sheriff's Department and Sheriff's Wood. We heard from him. We've heard comments, our individual comments as well. What are we doing? Are we moving to what are we instructing the superintendent? Because I think that's what the superintendent is waiting on, some direction. In my opinion, and I don't mind going first and letting you know how I feel about it. I'm not in agreement with this agreement. I understand. Beyond some things that were said, why this kind of came out, but I'm not in agreement with it. I think our staff, has not given their input into something like this. I know our community hasn't given our input. We've heard some of the community input in it, and I didn't hear anybody from the community this morning say anything in agreement with this. As a board, we have to give direction. I did ask the superintendent how this came about, and she explained to me that this was because one government entity, local government entity, brought it to her, and she felt the need that we should at least hear the proposal. However, I do understand that as a superintendent, they have the authority that some things don't even have to come before if they don't feel it's a good fit. So again, board members, what do you want to do as a board with this agreement? And let me say this before I get too far. We need to have a hard stop at 2:30.
I'm at 2:15, so.
And so at 2:15. So are we giving the superintendent any directions on anything this morning with this agreement, or what? Mr. Browning?
Sure. Yes, thank you. Well, I've been very heartened, really, by all the comments. I couldn't agree more that we do need, we need to educate, and we need children to feel safe. We need staff to feel safe. We need the community to feel safe. I see this clearly as a move to further empower all of those goals. I'm shocked when I see the 44,000 referrals. I am absolutely I'm devastated when I see that, because it says to me there's an adversarial relationship with our students, and I'm not in favor of that in any regard. What I am in favor of is halting before it happens, to the extent humanly possible, the kind of attack that might come down on our students. We have psychologists, psychiatrists, medical, discipline officers. We have all of those items in play, and the superintendent utilizes them manages it properly. I 100% agree that no student should be profiled, especially when they start sometimes at 3 years old, 4 years old. Are you disrespecting me? Are you respecting me? That type of an adversarial relationship is abhorrent to my idea of freedom in I believe that to properly stop the kind of problems that we've all addressed, and that is an outside shooter or an inside shooter, something that has gone awry, possibly a mental health issue, but regardless, criminal and absolutely abhorrent. We've got to tie that in to our best resources, and we've got to empower a person like our director, and as I indicated under number 1, he would be the director of school safety within the Sheriff's Department and have that level of power. I don't see school safety as our discipline program. I don't like the idea of children walking around in what might be termed a juvenile justice facility, where they kind of have their eyes down and make sure that you just don't get in trouble, don't cause any trouble. I don't believe in that type. I believe that the way most of us at our age, when we were brought up, a policeman was an asset. I have always said that if my daughter was ever in an issue, in any regard, spend whatever it takes and get to a police station, get to a fire station, whatever it costs, do it and maintain safety, no matter what. And I believe in that. I believe I'm very encouraged to see the community come out. We have to get a handle on all of our resources and empower our current people. Not all of them even can defend themselves against a shooter. We have one that can. I believe in them all being deputies and continue doing. There is no interruption. It would only be an addition as I see it, but we must be careful. As in any decision we make, we have to be careful. But I see this as prudent and absolutely necessary. We've got the resources, we've got the command, we've got evidence rooms, we've got these things. We don't need to reduplicate that. And our, as it says here, Director of School Safety, unless I'm reading it wrong, our Director of School Safety would still be our Director of School Safety. And he would just have a whole lot more resources. And these other individuals would be deputy directors. Deputy directors of school safety under Director McFadden. So I don't see us backtracking at all, and I only see us going forward. And if we did have a situation, I want it stopped so it's didn't happen. Didn't happen. We're out ahead of it. And that's the key. And psychologists and all of that, and fairness and decency to students, you bet. That has to fall under our superintendent, and this whole thing falls under the superintendent and the board. If you read this, and I think everybody should, and we should continue the dialogue, but I'm all in favor of this. The sooner, the better. If we can pull this together, I believe, and I don't know if Mr. McFadden's had an opportunity to read it, but this is a home run for safety, school safety. I don't see a flaw in it, and I see it improving with the superintendent being able to really be in charge of this from a school district point of view, and the sheriff being our ultimate law enforcement person from a law enforcement side of things. And school discipline, we've got school discipline officers, we've got principals, we've got psychologists, we've got these crisis teams. So I'm totally in favor of moving ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Where I sit right now, and I think that's what you're asking for, is we need a lot more information. We have received some very engaging public comment today, as well as commentary from Mr. McFadden. We have not heard collectively from the department heads nor the school leadership teams that would be directly impacted by a decision like this. We have not heard from the Safe Schools staff. We did hear from Mr. McFadden, but the interesting thing about an arrangement like this is it names 5 people by name and says that they will become employees of another entity, yet we don't know if they in fact want to become members of that entity. And so while we may enter into an agreement that says, by the way, your job now shifts to another agency altogether, they may say, yeah, no, I chose not to be there for whatever reason. We don't know that because we haven't heard from them. So it's difficult for me to make a decision. Certainly today we're not making a vote, but it's difficult for me to make a decision on someone else's positioning in another agency when they're named specifically in a contract that they will be moved, yet we don't know if they in fact want to be moved. So that's a question, not just the departments, not just the principals, but also directly from Safe Schools staff. If Dr. Gullett, if you could get that information. The other thing that I actually would like to ask, and this may not be something that we are at purview to even ask, so I'm going to say that outright, but you all know how important human resources principles and internal culture and climate surveys of employees and all of that matters to me. It has throughout my entire career. It's been something I've been a part of as a communication practitioner in the corporate world. And just as a business might consider a merger with another business, or in a previous employment situation I had where an organization I was in would actually go out and purchase a business from another entity. I would be interested if there is some kind of internal employee culture climate survey within the sheriff's office that we might actually have privilege and access to. That may not exist. It may not be something we're even able to see. But the reason I'm asking that is because we did have some information that came forth today, as well as information I gathered in my limited research that I did, that the opinion of certain others within that agency, of the juvenile division, or even of the Safe Schools department, if they were to become members of the juvenile division, could further impact internal culture. And that causes me pause. As you all know, that's something that I'm very passionate about. So I don't know if said survey, climate survey, internal survey exists at the sheriff's office. If it does, I don't even know if we would have purview to it. But I would be interested in learning, again, just as if we were going into a merger or actually purchasing another business or something in the corporate world, that's how that's looked at. And so I would be interested in knowing a little bit more about us shifting our employees that currently operate under the motto of helping every student succeed to another agency that might have a different philosophy. Additionally, I appreciate the public comment that we received today. I took a couple of specific notes that were thoughts I hadn't quite considered. As a researcher myself, I'm interested in actually, and I will go back and do this since that was brought forth, I am interested to see if there is academic research out there specifically about what shift has happened either in internal school climates or within students having law enforcement presence on campuses. I'm interested in that research. I think it is a little new. Academic journals may not actually have the information yet, but I will do that research because I have access to that information as a doctoral student. So I actually will be looking for that. So thank you for that comment. The final statement that I'll make may not be a popular one by any stretch, but last year the legislature actually considered a statute change that would make school board offices partisan elections. I believe that students do not have a political party. And if we are ensuring that we are helping every student succeed, and that is our motto, students don't have a political party. And so I, for one, believe that school board races need to forever remain nonpartisan, and that causes me potential concern if we were to go in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Campbell. Ms. Storr, Ms. King.
Okay. Well, I am I'm sitting up here today and I think there's a couple different things going on, and I'm a little confused because I'm up here looking at the position, what we're wanting to do, the position, the director, the deputies moving over under one department. I'm not looking at moving this position over because of anything that our current chief of police for our district, Mr. McFadden, has done. He's been excellent at what he's done, but that's what we have here and now is Mr. McFadden. And if something should happen, he'd leave, he quit, he retires, whatever it be, and he's replaced, well, what or who will he, not what, but who will replace that? And I can pretty much tell you it will not be the caliber of Mr. McFadden. So as a board member, when I'm sitting up here, I'm looking long-term, I'm trying to look ahead. So I just heard things today and it was like an attack on Mr. McFadden. And I want to be clear that it is nothing about an attack on Mr. McFadden. He's done a good job and he is an expert. And I'll go ahead and reiterate it because I think it was said about the expert. You know, I'm thinking sheriffs being the expert. I include Mr. McFadden and that whole department in that they're the expert one department. And I wanted to make sure that I cleared that because I think there's some misconceptions and I'm very adamant and clear on that. So please don't mistake that. I also, you know, I've heard some things like, and I don't think the sheriff's even here anymore to say, but he wrote level up. But I don't look at it necessarily as a leveling up because we are doing good. We're, you know, nothing bad is really happening. But I do think there's room for improvement and for us to enhance it. And if you look at what Seminole County is doing, they have their captain or their director of their safe schools program that our own could be doing. They have programs such as exceptional student education awareness, bullying prevention, cultural diversity, discriminatory training, stop the bleed, cyber safety, K through 12 student reunification should something happen, and that's also what they were in the Marjorie, that committee was known for. They have training techniques, they have protect the youth, crisis intervention, SRO wraparounds, and the list goes on and on and on. So as what we're doing right now is good, there is, if we follow a model like that is happening in Seminole County, it could go from good to great. So I did want to make those points clear. It was also discussed that the superintendent still, as her role or his role, would have input over the director of the Safe Schools Department. So it's not like there's not going to be any say-so or, you know, contribution in that. I would like to think that we're a school board and community that we're always improving and enhancing and not just status quo and okay with it. And I'm going to just leave, I know no decisions are going to be made, but something that we also need to think about. And in the unfortunate event that something should happen, and God forbid, I hope it never does, but with there being two departments, ultimately, I have to ask on the school board side who would be accountable and who's liable in the event that something unfortunate happened. So with that, I mean, what do? Would we, you know, point at each other? Is there an answer? Would we know? Do we have that answer? And I just am going to leave with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Oh, there's one more thing. And also, I know there's also concern, you know, because Mr. McFadden said that he would be fired. And there's statute to protect him. There's statute. And, you know, so it's not like he could just, any of them, you know, I don't know how the other deputies feel. Mr. McFadden spoke for himself. But there's statute to protect him. It's not like the sheriff could just fire him. So that's to be considered.
Thank you, Board Member King.
The agreement does mention transfer, though. It specifically speaks to the sheriff being able to transfer to other positions. So it is, while he might not be fired, he could be transferred to patrol or something else.
Okay. Well, that could be. But you know what? In the school district, that could happen at any time, too. Like, you could be a principal, and then you could be a teacher tomorrow, So that this goes with anything. And again, we're talking about, the positions over people, the people. And I think that's where we're crossing our lines, because we see a person, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member King. Ms. Thor?
Thank you, Chair. I tend to lean towards agreement with Vice Chair Campbell's comments. We've been given a lot of information today, some that I was already aware of, some new. We've had robust discussion. I am nowhere near ready to make my final statement as to what I feel from my current position is going to be the best fit for our district moving forward. What I will say is that I've heard of elements that we already have incorporated into our current model that by all accounts that I've been hearing, it seems to be working quite well. We are dedicated to continued improvement, and I think I said at the beginning that as a result of what happened in 2018, we now are in a position of continuing to evolve our relationship with our local law enforcement out of tragic necessity. And it is that important and it is that serious. So I know that we are well protected today. I am very confident that were anything to happen 2 seconds from now, that the folks that are charged with helping, well, at that point you wouldn't be preventing anymore, you'd be looking at minimizing. I have 100% confidence that that will happen under our current model. So I'm not feeling a gigantic sense of urgency that this is something that we need to make a decision on now. The folks that would be even more directly impacted on a daily basis are our schools and our community that has children and grandchildren that attend our schools. They need to be heard. So that's where I am with this today.
Thank you. So I guess what I've heard would be that we're still looking at more information. Is that safe to say?
Still looking at more information from my view, but also with a tremendous amount of gratitude to what we already have.
Exactly. So Superintendent, what did you glean for all of this?
Well, thank you for asking, Chair. Members of the board, appreciate your feedback. I've taken a lot of notes and obviously carefully listened. As I understand it, and what I hear collectively from the board is gather more information, get feedback from staff. And again, I've said we've not done that yet. When the proposal came in, immediately I notified all of you, of course, and Mr. McFadden was notified immediately when I received the proposal, and he's been part of those. Any conversation that I've had with the attorney, Mr. McFadden's been present, but we have not taken this anywhere else. This is an opportunity here to put this out in the public and present this to the board, and so again, we would, I guess next steps would be to take that out to community survey, and to staff to do a more formal process, to do a formal process of that. We haven't done any process of that. Okay. Would that be accurate?
That would be very accurate from what I'm hearing.
And with that, perhaps, I don't want to say focus group of safe schools, but that's how I perceive that to be, because there may be additional, while we certainly can have our questions, there may be additional questions that come out that then maybe not only just the question, but also the answer come back to us. So that'd be helpful.
Certainly.
In addition to that, I also want there to be some deep diving into, we keep mentioning Seminole County, Brevard County. Those are not like districts compared to Marion, but I do want to know what works from those counties, but I also want to know what don't work, what isn't working, and the issues that those counties are having, because I can't believe, as a matter of fact, I know for a fact that there are some issues, and there are some in those, and you're always going to have people on both sides of the equation, but there are some that say they wish that hadn't happened. So I want to make sure that we're looking at all the information when it comes back to this board, but I also want to hear what the families, the parents, I want to hear what the students have to say about this. And I definitely want to know what our staff has to say. I've talked to several staff members. I've talked to several school leaders and feel that this would just undercut some of their authority. We really need to move cautiously on this, on even entertaining this. So I think you may have enough to move, get the directions you need to do. Okay.
And also, I believe Liberty County is on that too, which is a much smaller district than
Which one is
we
that?
are. So it's not just
Liberty?
Brevard and Seminole, it's Liberty. You know, so that way, I mean, I don't think there's a county in the middle that I'm aware of, but I know the larger that maybe are a little larger, and then
Right.
Liberty, which is small.
And the one thing that I did hear in all this discussion that really made sense to me is that this is a nonpartisan, our positions are nonpartisan, and to kind of go into oversight by a partisan group that can be troubling, because we do know people change, situations change, and I think we have that oversight right now, and to give that up, I'm not going to let any of y'all come to my house and say y'all have full authority to do whatever you want to do. I don't believe in giving away authority, and that's just Cummings. But I think once the superintendent and their team go through all this, and we'll get some information, we'll have some more robust conversation. I don't think that this is just going to happen and there not be discussion. I think there'll be some very, very spirited and robust discussion about it, and I think our community is going to have a lot to say about this. So, Superintendent, you got your marching orders.
Chairman?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I concur. I agree that safety is not a partisan issue, and I don't think anybody really thinks it is. Safety is safety. It's that simple. And I applaud the board for having this robust discussion and the community. And you bet, gather all the information possible. It also has a positive. There's a positive component to the entire community and the state of Florida being focused on effective, safe schools. I mean, this is where we're going. We're all committed to it. Everything I've heard today is related to safety, and it's not about personalities, because we all move on in our lives. And so safety is not partisan. Safety is not about personalities, but individuals do dedicate themselves to safety, and to the extent you don't have a problem, that means somebody was doing something right. So I love the idea of additional information coming in, and pursue this. If I'm still on the board, fine. If I'm not on the board, pursue it to the extent it can be dealt with, enhancing safe schools for all parties. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to, just as a practical point of knowledge, we've talked off and on about discipline referrals and the 44,000, and that doesn't tell the whole story. And what I'm saying is that there are teachers that almost never write a discipline referral. And there are teachers that will write you up in a heartbeat. That's what the kids say. And we also are up against agencies that are able to provide services to our kids that are the most in need. Agencies like Persons with Disabilities, agencies like the centers, places like that. And an area that would be important to try to do better is that discipline referrals are the gold standard. It's like, well, how many, does a kid have any discipline referrals? You say they're having behavior problems, I'm not going to take them for more services or any services if I don't see, if I don't see documentation. And teachers have Classroom Dojo, teachers have the old-fashioned notes home, things like that. Those aren't accepted with the same sense of urgency as those discipline referrals. And there are some kids, and again, through my years in the system, I've seen one kid with 200 referrals. That kind of tilts the amount of referrals that we see. So it's just from a practical standpoint that 44,000 referrals says a lot of things. That's all I have.
Yeah. All right. We've already had public comments, so we'll move to the next topic. Do we need a comfort break? Okay. Let's have a 7-minute comfort break.
And I've ordered hot chocolate.
Recess till 12:53.
I've ordered a pot of hot chocolate, so it's
We're back on. Listen, board, thank you guys for the spirited, everything that's taking place this morning. We are on a time crunch right now, and we don't want to shortchange any of our agenda items. I want us as a board to agree that we're going to do the interlocal agreement, and then in discussion with the superintendent and attorney, we're going to bring back the 3.1, which was the strategic plan. We'll bring that back, and we'll get our staff back to work and let them do what they need to do. And they're all smiling right now anyway.
Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you all being here, but you don't have to be here.
So thank you guys. And we're going to readjust if you guys are good. If you guys are good with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That killed my audience right there.
All right, attorney.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, and some of you came from a distance, but it's.
We appreciate you.
Get some hot chocolate.
It's very good.
It is really good. Thank you, MTI, for this wonderful.
All right. So we're at the interlocal agreement, 4.1 interlocal agreement. And who's, Ms. Thor, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Board Member Thor.
Yep, we're good. All right. Thank you, Chair. And yes, it's definitely been my honor and pleasure to be the board liaison to take the good work forward from our meeting with all of our joint elected officials. Gosh, that was back in December, January of last year. Time flies. But as a result of that meeting, the reconstitution of the technical working group was directed to look at our currently enforced interlocal agreement and to update it to the best of our non-lawyer abilities, and then present it in draft form to our respective boards and to our legal departments for further review. And I'd just like to take a quick moment to thank each and every member of the technical working group, because it was an incredible dedication of time. It was so much knowledge gained from each other in our particular roles. We met for the first time on March 4th of this year, met again March 24th, met again March 29th, met again April 28th, met again May 12th, met again May 23rd, met again June 16th, met again June 23rd, met again July 21st, met again August 12th, and then met again on September 8th. So an incredible amount of time was spent discussing the document that is an interlocal agreement and what elements needed to be incorporated, and also coming to a deeper and more clear understanding of each of our challenges and plans of what we would like to see happen, moving forward with our community as it continues to grow. So I'd like to give special thanks to Michelle Stone, the representative from the Board of County Commissioners, Kristen Dreyer, council member from the City of Ocala, Jan Cubbage, council member from City of Dunellen, Ray Dwyer, commissioner of the City of Bellevue, and also the professional staff who put so much time and hours and effort into pulling things together. There were times that they met to work on edits and updates that we had discussed as a group so that they could bring back the next draft in a more clear fashion. That would be Tracy Straub from the county, Earl Hahn from the county, Kara Palmer from the county, Cassandra Sweeting from the county, Darlene Pocock from the county, David Herlihy, our own David Herlihy from Marion County, Ty Chicazola from City of Ocala, Mandy Odom, City of Dunellen, Georgina Sid, City of Dunellen, Shauna Chansey, City of Bellevue, and Jay Rickman from the town of McIntosh. And as a result of our efforts, you were provided through Attorney Powers an updated draft of the interlocal agreement. There was a lot of ground to cover, and in this time in our community, we are at a point where it's expedient to come up with a plan that works for our community, that incorporates all of the elements that are required, and also is uniquely suited to what we're terming as a post-concurrency era, because concurrency, while no longer required, it's optional. And so it doesn't mean that we can't propose doing it, but at the same time, the playing field has changed from a decade ago, and it's important for our board to make sure that whatever we propose as a response to this updated draft reflects that. So with those things in mind, I'd like to turn it over to Attorney Powers to get his feedback on what we have submitted to you and what we've accomplished so far.
Thank you, Chair Thrower. It helps first to probably define what is meant by concurrency. And that is essentially concurrency is, in the context of schools, an adequate school facilities that are in place or under actual construction within a time period after issuance of a subdivision or on-site plan approval. There are a lot of local decisions embedded, obviously, that have to be considered. And the Florida legislature had previously established by statute a mandated requirement that schools and local municipalities coordinate on a school concurrency plan. Now, that became partially optional under statute changes that were made in 2008. And what it allowed for was that although the concept of concurrency still must be considered by planning agencies, as a mandate, it was no longer absolutely required by statute that we engage in a particular type of plan. Now, we have and had then a concurrency or an ILA agreement in place, interlocal agreement in place, that was the second amended and reinstated interlocal agreement from 2008. Now that, at the time that the statutes changed at around 2011, there was some question as to is that agreement now completely optional? Well, yeah, it's optional because they can choose to, the county can choose to enter its own concurrency land use planning and zoning development decisions by incorporating some aspect. And in the case of our municipalities, under I think it's 5.12.1, they have their own land use provisions listed in there. Now, that does not necessarily mean that makes the old interlocal agreement and the old process of concurrency go away entirely, because there are provisions within that contract which allow for that to be terminated by written notice to the parties. Now that factor, that didn't occur. However, there is some discussion of the fact that historically the school board at the time and the elected officials from the county and city at the time agreed to move on from their respective positions and not enforce any current concurrency issues at a time when there was not development that was happening and not a lot of approvals that were happening. So, concurrency is important because whether you're dealing with school concurrency, traffic concurrency, EMS concurrency, those services from a local area are going to be impacted by development and growth. And it's important that the funding sources be identified so that and the potential impacts are identified so that wise decisions can be made on how planning is going to happen to accommodate new people and influxes of new homes with appropriate infrastructure. So it is a community-wide concern, and it crosses all agencies and all municipalities and the school board itself. State funding is not alone sufficient for the capital outlay. There are additional areas of concern that we have to look to. One is, for example, no county, including Marion, grows in a perfectly predictable fashion. And there are areas which are going to have increased development and areas that will have slower growth, but more on a direct curve. So in those areas of growth where it's a little more able to be anticipated, then decisions can be made over time that don't have to have a lot of inputs to control. However, where we note that there are areas that there is a certain type of housing, a certain type of development that is increasing, there's a need for us to predict a wide number and a range of inputs so that we can determine where to build our schools, because that's what it boils down to. We have to figure out where schools are going to be built, and we have to do it in such a way that we have a time frame to completion that is going to take into account how much growth we expect in a particular area. So that obviously requires contribution of county, city, school board, developers, everybody working together and funding together to make this happen. So I've spoken a little bit about the status of the interlocal agreement. The working group was charged with coming up with some much needed updates to our current, or some might even say former, interlocal agreement, to make sure that it was not only compliant with statute to the degree that it needs to be required by statute, but then also specifically that it addressed the needs of the concurrency issues within the state of Florida and within Marion County. From here, we need to move beyond simple concurrency planning as was previously required by statute and move into something that is a little more detailed, an approach that sort of carefully considers inputs and outputs based on quality data and choosing the appropriate measures that we're going to use for determining the growth that we have, the areas that we need. Because the bottom line that any public official would be right to ask is in any area where there's an increased growth, what are we going to do in order to make sure that that particular area has the right funding for the right number of kids in schools? Because of the fact that some schools, by their very nature, if development starts to increase within that area, there may be traffic impacts, traffic concurrency impacts that become very, very difficult. And there may be also school impacts. We need to find places to actually physically put EMS services in schools in order to plan for where that next one's going to be. And to some degree, that's a little bit of a gamble because we have to predict something that is not absolutely knowable, and that is how many students are going to be in an area at a very specific time in the future. What we can do is see the trends and see that, for example, all of our schools are near close to capacity, if not over capacity. And because of that, we can't easily make some decisions or changes on the fly. For example, if we find out that in some areas, district-wide, we may not be completely at capacity or over capacity. However, that may include that there are a lot of students moving into southwest Ocala down near Lake Weir. And there may be very, very few that are up in the northeast part of Marion County. And it may make a huge difference as to, you can't bus kids across a county the size of Rhode Island in order to just make sure that we accommodate and fill all space before we start to build more. So we realistically know there are spots where we need because there's increased development, we need to be able to plan for and build schools there. So how do we know how to do that? Well, obviously we know to do that because of the fact that, number one, the city and county are approving developments in particular areas, and we know that as those numbers increase, that planning needs to occur for students in those particular areas. They also approve changes to the land use permits and zoning from one type, perhaps single family dwelling, to multifamily dwelling. Those factors all need to be taken into account as well. And it can be a very difficult process to juggle. What has to happen is that review can't be a very basic review. It needs to be as detailed as possible if we're going to get good information and good outcome out of it. Garbage in, garbage out. If we have very little input or we don't have the inputs we need to properly determine where to put schools, then we're not going to get the funding from impact fees and developers and from state funds and all the different pots that we pull from for that. And B, we're not going to be able to put the schools in the right places where they need to be, because while we're doing that, we also have to consider the other factors that are happening there. What's traffic going to be like to our schools? The fact is, even if we have adequate school capacity, but there are developments going on across a street, those can still impact the traffic to and around that school and can make it extremely difficult for us to have students coming and going from a place that's on a 2-lane road where there's a school on one side and it used to be nothing but the school, but now there's that school, and on the other side of the road went from cow pasture to a lot of development. So all those things must be considered. So we have to move beyond the simple concurrency requirements into, as Board Member Thrower was saying, a sort of a post-concurrency world and thinking about all of those different inputs. So the working group did a great job with being able to bring some items of the ILA up to date, or at least considering them. Some of them that I will note are specifically, they went as far as possible within their scope. Some of the modifications proposed are positive, including increased joint meetings and planning. That's going to be necessary, especially if we're making accurate determinations with multiple inputs, as opposed to a simple growth curve that may or may not actually work out to be very predictable or accurate. However, there are a lot of areas that need work and need improvement. And as we've looked at that and reviewed it, and as I've reviewed it and identified some of the areas that I believe are in need of change and in need of more input from the Marion County School Board, for us to adequately be not only a partner, but an owner within that plan in order to make sure that it operates in a way that provides the funding that we need for our schools and our kids. There are concepts that we have to consider. One is the district-wide versus localized overcrowding. We just talked about that a little bit. Another is zoning or re-zoning for attendance zones, not necessarily political geographic zones, but for attendance zones. That's an issue also that is a means of changing how many students go to which schools, but that is not, we need short and long-term strategies. That's redistricting or rezoning is not a long-term solution, because you're just saying, well, we're going to make these students go to that school and these students go to that school, and you end up drawing boundaries that they may increase greatly bus and transportation times or convenience times for parents in order to be able to take their own children to school, and it doesn't really solve anything in the long run. It's a temporary repair. But it may be a necessary tool in the toolbox. Likewise, impact fees. Impact fees are long-term. Those are not a meaningful replacement for a good concurrency program, nor are they a good short-term solution, because long-term, that's what helps as development increases. It adds to the inputs that we have that we can add to state funding for capital outlay in order to account for that increased growth. So it's important that we consider that as one of the tools in the toolbox, but not the only one as well. So the proposed ILA, there are a few things. I don't want to just point out all the faults, because there's good in there as well, and the working groups worked very hard on it. And it's important and necessary, and what they've done is gone as far as they can within their scope. But there's some, I noted the changes between the old and the new, and there's, for one, removal of statutory references that provide a mechanism for remediation and action on these plans. And that may not be something we have to consider if we have a better plan in place than what we currently have or what our other proposals could be. So in other words, we have the plans for remediation and for enforcement of an enforcement mechanism for us to be able to achieve the funding that we need and to properly move forward with school planning. There are other ways to get there as well. So if that statute's not left in there under the current type of ILA that we have, it leaves some hamstrung portions that we can't deal with. I went into, and it's uncomfortable to do so, but went into some of the history and causes of sort of the problems that we have right now. One of the questions that you get sometimes is, well, why doesn't the school district tell us what they want? You know, or why hasn't this happened in the past? Well, it did. We had a concurrency plan and program together, and the city and county both moved on from it in their individual comprehensive plans. And by all intents and for all intents and purposes, it looks like it was with at least the consensus of the school board, but there's plenty of inaction that has been taken over the course of a decade. I think there's plenty of that to go around. One of the best things that this interlocal agreement brings to the table is the fact that, and the very initiation of it in the first place, is that there should never be a period of time at which we are not having ongoing conversations with the city and county in order to get planning to where it needs to be. Because if any of you, and I know every one of you, has been in a room where there's a problem, and there is a serious problem, and everyone looks to why is there the problem there, and it's very hard to focus then on what's the solution to the problem when everybody's saying, well, you know what, you should have done this differently, and you should have done that differently, and we should have done this differently. It's great to identify those things, and that's very important. But ultimately, the best way to avoid that in the future, so we don't run into these problems again, is to ensure that we are all sitting down at the table and addressing these issues every time. And that we went through some difficult periods, sometimes with litigation between the city and the county and the school board, and it was those were times that weren't productive in some ways. And one of the things that we've gone back to now is some of this is the fruits of that sort of long-term silence between the parties, so to speak. So that's enough said about what the problems have been, but we do have, it appears, energetic school board participation right now, and county commission and city council participation in order to look at what do we do from here? What's the problem? Help me understand it. It's not a 30-minute cocktail party conversation. It's a long discussion with a lot of inputs and variables. First of all, we have already in place, and we need to work more on the process of having a good, solid 5-year plan for accountability for school funding and infrastructure of capital outlay funds on a regular and rotating basis. with at least annual, if not even more frequent, meetings with our counterparts in the city and county, being able to make adjustments as we see them gets us to the point where we can say, where do we need the next one? And we look over here and we say, that's where the next school needs to go. Make no mistake, corporations who own, businesses, CVS, Walgreens, places like that, they look a bit in advance too and say, where is it that I'm going to put this one? Well, I guess maybe that was a bad example, because with drugstores, they just say, where does my competitor have one? Across the street is where I need to build, right? However, what we need to do is we need to adopt that same sort of context of figuring out where is the need, how quickly can we come up to speed on making it happen, because there is no shortcut, but there's a lot that goes into school funding and finance. There is no shortcut to getting a school completed in a brief period of time. Some folks offer that, some folks have attempted it. Most of them have very difficult legal scenarios that they run into. So in order to do the process appropriately, using taxpayer dollars, in order to do it efficiently so that we are good stewards of that, we've got to make the plans and make it happen. Now that leads to, where do we go from here? There's a couple of things. Number one, we need to carefully consider, as we have, and we are currently right now engaged in seeking a study for impact fees to find out what it is that we need and exactly what the inputs are. And I believe Ms. Dobbins has been working on that and getting that assigned as well. So that study is required, and it's something that we need to do in order to do our due diligence to find out exactly what impact fees need to be, should be, everything else. That's that expertise that we need. Additionally, we need the same from a professional planning standpoint. We need to be able to have someone who has the expertise in planning to be able to make some of these recommendations to the board and perhaps give us a list of options. You will find plenty of people that tell you exactly how to do it and exactly that this is the only way. That's generally, in any situation, not true. However, someone who is an independent, independently able to use deep expertise on the issue, not only of concurrency, but of specifically school finance, school funding, and also land use. Someone who's a professional planner, need not necessarily be a lawyer, but someone who's able to figure out exactly what all the moving parts are here is going to be an important determination. Now, we have planning professionals within the district, just like you have an attorney within the district. However, your attorney within the district, I recognize that there are times when outside counsel is appropriate for specific types of things, risk management, things like that. We have outside counsel. Likewise, with our professional planners here in the district, we need the equivalent of, in my opinion, an outside agency to assist with this specific type of study, as opposed to doing this in-house. Because, we've had some discussion on this board of the fact that there's been some grand jury critiques of other school boards in the past. One of those critiques talks specifically about when you do things on the cheap or in-house because you think that in-house is necessarily going to be the right way to go, that you may have confidence in your people and they may be very good at what they do. However, sometimes for large concept areas, you need someone who has expertise in dealing with that specific narrow issue within a wide range of situations and can see the problem from many different sources. So that's would be a good recommendation, something we should probably follow up on, or I'm taking action to get us followed up on for the future. The professional planning, apart from that, there was another item that I wanted to go into. Obviously, one of the things that is important from our perspective as well, no matter whether someone is a professional planner, no matter whether someone is a board member or a school board attorney or a land use attorney, the fact is that all of those factors need to take into consideration that we always need to look at how our peers have done things or are doing things and what's working for them and what's not. And if it is working, why? And if it's not working, why not? So I've undertaken a review of approximately 30 districts within the state of Florida in order to find out what their concurrency plans are, what their school funding plans have been for capital outlay specifically, and how they're able to determine the need to build in a particular area, as well as how to fund it appropriately, and going through that process that is concurrency and also meets sort of post-concurrency needs. What I found is some districts, I won't name any names, but some districts, I'm not sure how they have a plan that's still working for them, but it seems to be working. They are able to get their schools built. I think that under close scrutiny or with any kind of real issues that came up, things could potentially fall apart quickly. That's not obviously what we want. So that would be inadvisable to copy or mimic that sort of type proposal. And that's not what's been proposed by the working group, and that's of course not what we propose here. Likewise, there are some districts that have very detailed and very specific plans and identify very specific funding sources and funding schemes. And I don't mean schemes in a negative context, just funding plans. But they're extremely specialized and unique to that district's particular needs. And, you know, if you've got a district that is very close to a university, for example, it may be a lot different than a district that is in Dixie County or somewhere like that. You know, they're the overall types of district, there are factors that matter. I was able to get down to a narrow few that have plans that both seem that they would be replicable, that we could replicate them, as well as having the ability to be adjustable to our needs. And I've initiated some discussion with some of those other districts in order to discuss how they've gotten it to work for them, what they've done, what challenges they've faced, what issues they've had to address. In fact, I have a phone call this afternoon to deal with one of those as well, just to try to find out more about what a particular district is doing. And some of these even take into account things like a general overall capacity determination, in which they have a large number of other individuals, other developers, who are all part of a sort of an application type process. They come in, they want to build somewhere. My experience has been in my review that developers want to contribute their fair share just like everyone else here. It's simply a matter of are they able to do it in a way that is going to be clear? They know what their inputs are. They like to have simplicity. They like to have planning. They like to have the ability to take care of that as well. So that's what I wanted to make sure that the board is aware of where we are right now. This would be a monumental task to complete quickly. Nevertheless, there are directions that we need to go. And among those directions, and I know that superintendent staff is working on and doing some planning as well regarding a number of the items we just discussed. I'm doing my due diligence. What has been submitted to us from the working group, I believe, is a good start and needs to be incorporated within whatever plans are ultimately settled. But alone is not enough to complete the whole picture. In fact, part of it actually relies on the ability for us to coordinate a plan that goes a step further. Something that is good for sort of a post-concurrency analysis. And it's time. And this board and the county commission that as it currently exists and the city council as they currently exist, these groups are all going to have to face a lot of work that hasn't been always done in the past, over the past decade. And I think that all parties, from what I can see, tend to show a urgency to address it, to make it happen, and find out what it is that needs to happen. And communication's key. We'll try to keep that up.
Thank you, Attorney.
We will be presenting more in the future at additional work sessions, but I am also continuing as I get more information in. I will be presenting the results of that information to the board as well, so that the board can know where we are and sort of have some proposed plans for the board to look into. But as I said, part of that is going to rely on, we do need to get some eyes on this so that it's not me making all the decisions, it's not the superintendent making all the decisions, and it's not board members who may not have expertise in that particular area either making all the decisions. We need people who know what they have an array of expertise, deep expertise.
Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you.
Mr. Browning.
Yes. Wow. I'm going to hit you with your 10-minute rule. Lord have mercy, you have blown through the next year. You guys remember, if he ever shuts you down, brings it up and says we don't want to hear from you. All right, look, I'm just cutting to the chase here. We got to be tough. A board's got to be tough. If you're going after money, it's competition. You've been going to those meetings. I would like to see, instead of you carrying all that load, every time we have a workshop, we get a little a Ms. Thrower rundown on your 10 happiest moments in there and your 10 worst moments in that group. You got to be tough with these people. The county commission, if you're going to go to the county commission and just be polite, you're going to come out of there with zip. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. You're just not going to win. All those people listing, are you kidding me? If you don't go in there, if we don't figure out, I build buildings, that's what I do. If you don't figure it out ahead of time and know exactly what you're going to do and exactly why you ought to have the lion's share of the money, and that you ought to know exactly why you want to put it over here and why you don't want to put it over there and that type of thing. If you don't know those things, you're going to be listed somewhere as having attended, but you're not going to walk out of there with the money. You're just not. You got to fight for it. You got to fight for it with the community, and you got to know, like when I came here a year ago, like probably today, I was advocating pro forma for that district building. Okay, it was like an explosion went off on the board because it was like, pre-thought. We had exactly the same issues for schools then, but that was just what we were going to do. We had other options, which you guys found the option. I didn't actually find this. I think the superintendent did. But you got to be a planner. If you get individuals like myself on the board, pay attention. I mean, you don't have to like what I say, but I'm just saying this is how you build a building. This is how you do a pro forma. This is how you maximize your position. I got all kinds of notes here, but it's not necessary. It's this kind of discussion where we want schools. That's what we want. And we want them where we want them, and we want them when we want them, and then get a plan up and talk about it on a regular basis and get rid of that consent agenda thing where you don't talk about stuff, because you got to get out there and you got to say it, and it's a little bit impolite perhaps, but you got to say what it is you want to do. And then like Greenway and some of these schools that just are underutilized, you got to know what your resources are. You got to utilize your resources. I think that one's that's a new program, and it's like a 10% or 7%, I think, utilization.
Okay. Fordham
What's it called?
Fordham Early Learning.
No, I know, but what did we call it when it was closed?
Evergreen.
Yeah,
Greenway's
Evergreen.
Evergreen, okay, thanks.
No, I was like, green, white, that's.
Yeah, evergreen. And so you gotta, this building, Forrest, things move politically like that, especially if they're not discussed, you're not saying the hard things. I love that meeting this morning. That was great. Some things were said by the community. And look, the biggest thing you got to do is build schools in the right place. You got to engage. You've got a huge population of retired people. They're really willing to help. You got to go after them and not go in and sort of with the county commission and hope that all works out and that they all come, are you kidding me? Their appetite is bigger than yours. You're going to be the last guy at the meal in that deal. And I love all of them over there, and I know them all personally. Was involved when they were newly coming to the board. This board has talent, and just get it out there and say it. I've heard it said today better than I've ever heard it said in the last year. Just straight on comments about how people felt and how they thought they could best handle an issue. We've got the South West. We're going to have to build some schools. We know where they need to be. We know where those families are. Those are not necessarily retirement. We know about what's going on. The last guy, and I'm not jumping on you, Jeremy, the last guy I would ever go to when I build a building and do something on Walgreens or whatever is my legal staff. I just say make sure we've got solid title to that ground, and we've done our level 1, 2, and 3 environmental, and we've got these things covered, the legal issues, but not the planning, not working with the bankers, not getting the thing set up. So we've got to really nail this thing. I mean, go after, not vaguely go after the money. I mean, know where you can go get the money, and then get with the legislators and don't go through a school board association. Again, that thing is run by people that are they're bigger counties than us, and that's where on a big basis, unless you're tough and you go up there and get the money, you're going to lose that every time. You're going to come out of there like a pauper. You're just not the most powerful county around, but we actually have more power here than you would believe. We've got senior management up there. We've got intelligent people. There isn't a person that doesn't score way up the ladder in terms of intelligence here at this table. I mean, come on. So you just figure out what you want. You figure out what it would cost. You stop moving numbers around so nobody can quite understand them. You go for the dollars wherever they are. You say it clear. You stand up. It's a 100-yard dash for a gold medal at the Olympics, and they will not let you win. Okay, no matter how needy you are, you got to go in and beat them. If there's a dollar in this community, right now you got to go with your asset, and every person that comes to this place either to this county has kids, or they have a sincere sense of responsibility to teach the next generation. I mean, you have that. And we can play off it. We can work it. We can tell them that's exactly what we're playing to. We can tell them what we need, how much it's going to cost, and then actually do that. And right now, we're worrying about a whole lot of things, and I see them come up on a regular basis. We've got cost plus construction contracts. We got money coming back here. Here's a pot of money. Use all you need, and then give us back what you don't need. That's horrendous. Just don't do that. I mean, if you got some money, save it. You do 10 of those, and you can build one more school just out of those proceeds. So I'm preaching here because I know this business. I know how to go get money. I know how to handle clients. I know how to meet their needs. I know how to build. I know everything I ever built had a pro forma associated with it. When I came here, y'all were ready. They said consensus. I said, Well, I got to see a pro forma. It died. It never went another step forward, but it was a done deal until we actually looked at a pro forma. I'd say figure out the funding, no creative shifting, none of that stuff. Just go hard at it. Get the money exactly the way you say you're going to do it and say it out in front of everybody, and then go get it. We got a wealthy county here. We can go get the money, but don't expect that money to come filtering through Bellevue or Marion County Commission, and then some's going to be left for you. It just isn't going to be. You're going to be broke. You just won't have the money. So I'll answer any questions on any of that. I've got all kinds of notes, but that really tells you exactly what I'm thinking this way, and that is get your money up, decide what you want to do, know what the needs are, meet the needs, know the negative, know the positive, get your evidence straight and your plan of action and go. Just do it. And you got to get bossy. People love a school board, but they won't listen to you. They know the kids got to get educated, but nobody watches a school board meeting unless maybe you just happen to be interested at the moment or you work for the school board. I mean, this is, you got to be bossy, you got to know what you want to do, and then you got to just go do it, and people will respect what you do. So I don't know, any thoughts anybody has on that score, but that's the only way to really come out positive. And our superintendent over there, she's top drawer. I don't think anybody in the state of Florida or in the nation's got a better one. So just use it. And we've got 2 new people coming. We've got good people. We've got experienced people. Figure it out. Decide how much and then go get it and what you need to build. Yes.
Chair?
Ms. Thor, please.
Thank you. Yes, sir, and I am so glad to hear you say that because that is exactly what has transpired. The fact that none of these entities got together for 11 years made it slow going in the beginning. But new era, new us, new board, new players, and by the time it was all said and done, which unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I would say unfortunately from a private business perspective, you have to have an interlocal agreement, and that is statutorily required. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we had to slog through this first, but I am thrilled to report that by the end of all of this, what I was hearing from all of the entities was, let us know what you need, because we see it. We see it. We know that the fastest growing demographic here in Marion County is the 30 to 39-year-olds, not the 55 pluses anymore building gated communities. And if you look at what's being permitted, multifamily housing, townhouses, and I think a big reason for that is because families are coming to the free state of Florida because this school board kept schools open. So we're probably contributing to the population explosion here that now has to be managed, and now we need schools. So we couldn't be at a more exciting time and be on a board at an exciting time to be able to come together and make this happen.
Positive.
I can't wait.
Hold on, Mr. Browning. Hold on. Mr. Browning, she was still talking.
I know it.
Yeah, don't get excited that you overspeak the other board member.
That's great. That's positive.
Ms. Thor.
Thank you. So what I would like to have the board consider is, because we are on an exciting journey and because we need to move quickly but also deliberately with short, medium, and long-term planning goals, it will behoove us, especially with what we see happening around the state of Florida with school boards, to get the best of the best planning advice and direction and expediency so that we don't waste any more time. And Attorney Powers, I really appreciate what you said, because the people that I think are the most humble are the ones that are willing to admit what they do and don't know and their level of expertise. You presented something that was very concise, especially for an attorney. So I applaud you for that. My hat goes off to David Herlihy. He has been involved in planning in our area for a very long time, but we are experiencing a level of change in Marion County that is unprecedented. And to keep the momentum going, I love hearing what you said about let's look to the districts that are already doing this, that have already come through this, and take some of those elements and incorporate it for our own. And let's get this right the first time and really make sure that we're not wasting time when we could have brought other knowledge in to make sure that it goes right the first time. So those are just some of my initial reactions. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
So thank you, Chair. I am so incredibly grateful, first of all, to Ms. Thrower for sitting through all of those meetings representing us. That's quite a bit, and I'm certain it was slow going in the beginning. Honestly, anytime you get a group of people that are all set in their ways for a dozen or more years, you're going to have some lines in the sand that are drawn that have to be dug up. And so I think that kudos to you for slugging through that for us. So I'm really grateful for that. I'm also grateful that we have the opportunity to have this conversation. I feel like I've been waiting for 6 or 8 months for this conversation to even begin. We as board members can't have this conversation outside of right now. And so I don't know where my fellow board members stand on some of these issues, impact fees, sales tax, or whatever it's going to take. So I'm grateful that we're at least having this starting point. Whereas I've heard that it's possible people are not paying attention to school board meetings, I can assure you that elected bodies right now that are approving development are paying very close attention because they know we haven't done anything. And they've been waiting. And whether or not they want to watch a school board meeting or not, citizens who elected us and them are repeatedly standing before them mentioning school capacity. Nearly every development that is approaching the county or the city, someone in the community is speaking up about school capacity. When they come before the City Planning and Zoning Commission, I'm there. I have spoken multiple times about that, but right now it honestly has been waiting on a conversation from us, and in part waiting on a new impact fee study. The one we did in 2006, as we all know, 2006 was a long time ago. But that impact fee study was done when we had, we actually had sales tax coming in at that point. We had a different millage rate that was Florida statute. Like there were different revenue streams coming in specifically for capital outlay dollars that we don't have now. So in 2006, the funding streams we had were different than they are today, if nothing else. I mean, obviously the growth in the population has shifted, but our funding streams specifically for capital outlay have also shifted. So I know that we're hoping to get that study back within 6 months. I know Ms. Dobbins is trying to push them even faster, but the sooner we can get that, we're going to have some really good information that we're required to do, as Attorney Powers said, before we can actually set something up. If we're trying to put teeth to this and to have to be bold in what we're asking for, I want to ensure that we know exactly what it is we need to be asking before we do that. So I think justifying the need for a study. But I did watch the most recent county commission meeting on Tuesday. We continue to be a topic of conversation in both city council and county commission. And I just wanted to make this board aware of a couple of comments that I heard that were interesting in that county commission meeting. And granted, it's public record. You can go watch their meeting right now, but I'm going to not try to put words in their mouth. But I did hear Attorney Jimmy Gooding, who was representing the Calabrux development property that had gone before county commission, specifically say that he hopes when this school board does consider impact fees that we make them substantial enough that they will actually pay for what we need. That's a paraphrase of what he said, and he obviously wasn't necessarily representing his development clients, but he has been very outspoken in multiple different meetings. I'm only calling him by name because he's called us out multiple times if you watch city and county meetings. But he did make that statement yesterday that he's hoping if we implement impact fees, and I believe we should, that they are substantial enough to actually do what we need done and not small in that we can't actually raise the money that we need to, because we know what they used to be and we know how the money was coming in. And frankly, if they're where they were before, we will never, it'll take us 20 years to build one school off of the way impact fees used to look. So that's one statement. Another statement that came out of the county commission meeting, you all have been aware that Mr. Boudier, representing On Top of the World Properties and Colon Built Development, they have been very outspoken as well, mentioning not only traffic capacity but also school capacity. We've seen some of the letters that they've submitted to county commission on some of those developments. He spoke very specifically yesterday about how where he is in Leon County, they have a full penny sales tax for roads and they have a half-cent sales tax for schools. And he said, without, again, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not putting the exact quote, but he said specifically that that half-cent sales tax has built lots of things for their schools. They were very specific in the request and very specific in what they had done with it. And he said, I would put Leon County schools with the facilities up against any schools in the state. Again, his paraphrase, not my words, his words yesterday. The final thing I'll mention about county commission was I saw what I believe to be a bit of a shift in at least some thought processes, and not saying that the thought processes had been different previously, but I'm just saying I saw a bit of a shift that at least other elected bodies that do approve development are starting to understand that their role in approving development is in fact impacting us. And Commissioner Kathy Bryant said those very words in a paraphrase fashion again, that they understand now, and not that they didn't understand before, but while it continues to be pushed on the school board to have decisions and we've got to figure out what it is we need and we have to come and set an impact fee, or we haven't had this interlocal agreement, like all of this conversation, it's been a dozen years. None of us have come to the table. They could have come to us just as easily as we came to them to get this started back. But they at least were identifying and acknowledging that as they approve development, depending on where that development is, and they're looking at school impact and school attendances and how they're already locally overcrowded depending on where that is, that those plans, when they approve them, are directly impacting us. And I think that's a bit of a shift, frankly, because that conversation seems to be coming to the front now. So again, I'm grateful we're having this conversation to at least get the ball rolling and get us started. I do have some concerns about the way the draft has come before us, a few things. I'm not certain that we all had consensus in 2011 that the county and the city would write us out of their comp plans. Personally, I'm not comfortable with that being in here because I don't think I've seen any minutes or any dialogue from this school board in 2011 that said we were consensusly agreeing, or with consensus agreeing, yes, city and county, go ahead and write us out. I don't know that that happened. If someone can show me that it did, the previous board, then I might be okay with that being in an agreement. But at this juncture, I'm not comfortable with that statement.
Well, if I may, to add to that
Please.
point, it's the fact is it would be irrelevant anyway because there was no official action taken by the board.
Right.
So if there
Okay.
was consensus, or if it was generally agreed to or thought highly of by some board member, whatever, it is stated publicly.
Sure.
The fact is there was not board action, and so
Right.
that's the only thing that would really matter is if there was board action.
And the comprehensive plans are city and county, and they certainly voted on whatever their comprehensive plans looked like at that time. So I don't think that it requires us to say that we agreed with that, because frankly, I don't know that we did.
I agree with you, and I'm butting in.
Board Member Brown, no, Board Member, hold on. No, Mr. Brown, no, you had your opportunity to speak, uninterrupted. Vice Chair Campbell, please continue with your comments,
Another
ma'am.
thing I'm concerned about is the educational facilities work plan. It specifically says that we'll document 5-year and 10-year periods. I don't know that we're currently doing a 10-year educational work plan. Maybe we are. It's unbeknownst to me. So they're definitely, those are just two things throughout this. I know Attorney Powers has multiple others. There are statute pieces that are not in here that I think probably need to be. Anyway, I think this is a wonderful starting point. The final thing that I'll say that I think that we certainly need to advocate for is that local government does keep constant communication with us, not only whenever they are considering new development, but whenever they have permits that are pulled specifically for existing PUDs. Because as we know, or as I'm aware, that Heathbrook, for example, has been a 20-year approved PUD. They're about to start building another 500 to 1,000 homes. That wouldn't necessarily, that'll never go before the city or the county ever again because it's already an approved PUD. But when they're actually pulling those permits is when we need to know about it, because that would give us a little bit of recourse and a little bit of time to do something. So any existing PUDs that happened over the last dozen years when there wasn't communication, we need to ensure that we have some recourse and at least having communication when those things are happening. So those are just my initial thoughts. I know that was a lot, but I'm grateful that we're at least sitting here having this dialogue because I've been waiting for it.
Sure.
Ms. King.
Good point.
Right. Well, I'm exiting here soon. And there was a lot that was said. I wasn't here in October 2011. I was coming in around 2014. But I think I was probably coming in at the middle tail end of some key players in elected office, right? And I just I just looked up when the city of Ocala was suing Marion County Public Schools, and the date was in 2011. So I think there was probably some bad blood, just to give you guys some history, like what happened, and none of us made those decisions. None of us were here, but the two entities were not getting along at all. And so I'm pretty confident at some point they probably decided, like, it may not, I don't know if they would have saw it as being constructive, and getting the necessary work. So that's just giving you a little bit of background history, because sometimes it's important to know history as you're moving forward. As far as bringing impact fees, there's a lot of pointing fingers and everything, and a lot was said today. And, back when they said like 2006, right? 2006, the impact fees. Okay, well, 2008, we had a recession and our students left. So if we build all these schools like we're wanting to do now, well, our schools would have been empty, right? So it has to fiscally make sense. So again, that's a little bit of background history, why we are here today. Then throughout the years, we're basically, just hanging out, we're balanced. It wasn't an influx really until 2020 when the dynamics of the state changed with the rest or most of the country, and many families have come to Florida, hence being here in Ocala, and why we're seeing the influx. We all know government work there's just nothing quick or fast about it. And it pains me when I see, well, why didn't that school board, have those impact fees in place? Well, back when we were making those decisions, we weren't seeing the influx and everything that we are now because it's kind of lagged. So I'm just giving, what's that?
I don't think it would have been legal to collect impact.
And it wouldn't have been legal. So that's the reasoning. So when I'm hearing this, I'm like, it's hard now and it's uncomfortable and some hard decisions are to be made, but I think it's important that we understand why we are where we are now. Personally, talking about a sales tax or, taxing our community right now when we have another tax on the table, I don't even know really why we're even bringing that up at this point. I think that should be for future boards, and I'm in no place comfortable discussing and having anything to do with that topic right now. And so I'm glad that the boards and the entities have, moved past what had happened long ago. I completely understand why we are where we are now. And I hope that this board and the other boards moving forward will always continue to do what's best and what is right for Marion County citizens and our students. And that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Mr. Brown, you have something else?
Okay, yes.
Briefly, because we're on the time.
And Ms. Campbell, I totally agree with your comment, and I take umbrage with the idea of it not being relevant. It is relevant. How it was done, what was said, who knows it, whatever, because when it's in a document, it has impact. So I applaud your strength and audacity in getting your points out, because that's exactly what this board needs. It needs that, to the point, and get the job done. Now, speaking of which, page number 1, and I didn't go to this earlier because I felt that overview was important, but
parties recognize, whereas parties recognize their mutual obligation and responsibilities for the general welfare of the children in the community, and then we go, whereas, and we say the greater efficiency of the school board and local governments in placing schools to take advantage of existing planned roads, water, sewer, parks. Now, I have been just adamant that we catch up with our faux pas, with our mistakes of the past. 65 years ago, we went into a community at Stanton-Wearsdale 65 years ago that existed for 50 years prior to that. We went in and we did not address, and here they say, right here, I mean today, 2022, sidewalks, expanded schools, new construction, sidewalks, construction. We will do this, local government. We will have these agreements. We must go back, and I'm only talking about a few hundred yards, about twice the length of this room we're in. And we must solve these problems, because that community does not deserve to have been treated, and we'll talk about it next Tuesday, but does not deserve to be treated that way. And if we expect to do something now, prudent now or in the future, we must repent for those sins of the past. And that is some areas where a child literally cannot make the journey on foot, a few hundred yards. It's just absolutely pathetic, and I'll see that that's done, God willing, before I pass. It may take some time, because it's taken 65 years to date. So that's page 1 of the whereases. So if you're going to get it, let's get it right, and let's be honest and decent and fair and correct, and the beautiful people and beautiful children, and we've got several generations down there, and that could be a way of understanding how Stanton and that beautiful 60 to 80 families was overlooked for 65 years and underserved. And yeah, we ought to send the money back to them that we didn't spend down there. And we know sidewalks, and here we're saying it, then let's do it. And that's what we do for a living. We're on an interlocal agreement. Let's do it. Let's at least consider it solidly, because it's the right thing to do. And it will pave the way to a more successful future. Thank you, Chair.
Board Member Thor, thank you so much for your work on this committee with the interlocal. We're sitting at a pivotal point, and Ms. King, thank you so much for bringing up the history of this, because some of us knew that there was some real bad blood. You came on in 14.
I think 14, and believe me, there was still bad blood, because they didn't like what I was like. That's just kind of smooth. Like, it was a completely different board, and when you're trying to smooth things over and do things, it didn't always was well received. So believe me, I know why. I'm pretty sure why this is like that.
Even when Ms. Thor and I got on at 18, the blood was still bad.
Still thick.
It was real thick. So until recently, the atmosphere has changed for this to happen.
About 12 meetings.
Exactly. So and so even then,
voters are actually coming to them and saying, "Y'all got to do something."
Right. And
Exactly.
the community is ready for different and better. And if I may just say one quick thing on page 7 of this document, to me, one of the most powerful things that's embedded in this draft agreement is that it's the second paragraph down at the first meeting of each calendar year on page 7. That there will be a meeting, shall. I think I've learned that enough from Attorney Powers, that shall means it's going to happen. And it's going to be each calendar year. Now, it can be more often than that, but no more is there going to be a decade or more going by, no matter what goes on, no matter what arguments there are. We have to be better than that. The community deserves better. Our kids deserve better. So let's just do it.
Yeah. And I attribute that how we got here to, I look at it as a husband and a wife being married for 20 years, and she got mad because he walked through the house with mud on his feet, and then she just stopped talking. And for 20 years, she didn't talk. And nothing got done. The grass stopped getting cut. The house didn't get paid anymore. Bills stopped getting paid. That's why I attributed this to. I look at this as. So we're at a great point right now. We're a pivotal point in the history of this. We can make it happen. I think we started last year when we had that community meeting with our county commissioners, and we're going forward. Attorney, we're looking forward to getting more information so we can know what we need to do. And I think we're at the right position to get that done. Thank you, Ms. Thor, for that.
Welcome, and I'd be remiss for not thanking Lauren Debick. She came on after our meetings had begun and jumped in and really provided some great perspective and questions. The whole thing, while long and somewhat painful at times, was actually a huge educational experience, and I think it helped us work through and get past the past. So yeah. Let's go to the future.
Let's go to the future. And so I was about to say something, but I don't want to open up another can of worms. But I do want to clear up this one thing that I heard. There was never a consensus or proposal to build a new building in this district. There was conversation about how to resolve an issue. So it was never killed because it was never alive. It was just a conversation. So that's for the record. And, Superintendent, you have anything else you need to say?
Nothing additional. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Davis?
The only thing I have is I know we mentioned that we're not doing the Goal 1 updates. I know for the next meeting we're supposed to, on November 9th, we're supposed to go over Goal updates 2 and 3. Are we moving that to that meeting for the notes?
Superintendent will make the adjustments, necessary adjustments to those.
Okay, that's it.
All right, Attorney?
Nothing further from legal. I will notify board members as I receive additional input and information. I'll notify you individually, and then if you have any concerns, you can call me and we can discuss further.
All right. Mr. Brown?
Yes, I thank the board for digging in today. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. And I thank the community for digging in. That also was beautiful. That's what is necessary to get traction and to move ahead. There's no question about it. We've got beautiful minds here. We've got beautiful minds coming forward that will make up the new board. And I thank my fellow board members for digging in and getting on top of things. And I would say in response to the chair, just go listen to the tapes and you'll have your answer on consensus. Being you weren't chair at the time, but the idea of consensus, and so just read the tapes. Just go by the record. Thank you, sir.
Ms. King?
Yes, I agree. I mean, that conversation since that time, I think there hasn't been further discussion. But if you go back even farther, for years, we have discussed the school board building, I mean, numerous times, whether it be here, whether it was there, what we wanted to do. And I know you probably don't believe this, but I was pretty adamant most of the time with no. I truly was. But that when we were having that discussion, it made sense to me. But I don't think we had that consensus. We didn't move further, but I did want to share that. I agreed today. Also, today was a good, healthy discussion, and that's when being part of a board and community, it's important, and it's important that we're always thinking to make us a better district, right? I mean, rather than everything's just the same, just because we always have, and that's the way we always will. I like to see a board that is informed, a community that is informed, and I enjoyed today. I really did. It was, makes you realize how important being a board, and our different opinions, that we don't always agree. And I understand completely, when the board makes their decision, it is what it is, but I enjoyed it. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
We'll come back to you, Ms. Thor. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. The only thing for you, board, is on the November 17th work session, I will not be in attendance. I'll be at an Excel and Ed conference in Salt Lake City, so I just want to make you all aware of that. And I'm supposed to be speaking to a group of students in 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Sure.
Yes, I echo what Board Member King said. Serving on the school board is it's most gratifying when we have these work sessions where everybody is contributing and we come out with some really good results and also intentions for moving forward. So have a great rest of the day.
I don't have any comments. Meeting is adjourned at 2:19.
Kelly, I believe you, and it was great. I loved your